All right.
Good grammar and spelling are important, but if you want to write essays that inspire, messages that forge brighter connections,
Okay, share everyone. And if you want to be a part of conversation, let me know. Okay, guys.
Knock, knock. Hello.
Share.
There you are. Seems you've been hunkered down in the old home office lately. But if you let that slow you down, none.
Greeting, Ms. Merlin.
You
thank you, Quach.
You've got business running smoothly. The smarter ways
It
to
is
work.
absolutely great topic.
It's time to celebrate work that works better. It's time to get
It
connected,
is
get
giving me
inspired,
the
and
thing.
get educated. Register now for the
Jeez.
Knowledge 2020 digital experience.
Putri mana orang yang kerja yang gede, wajib bantu kerja orang kerja merauwa, cuma kerja jual yang ibu tahu macam mana. Jadi ada orang ini jatuh di luar apa rakyat dia, beri salam aleh, orang kerja kamu dulu, dan dengar jual manja. Turun. Well,
واحنا هسه خاشين للشهر السادس ما صرفنا مواعيد. احنا اخر مدية صرفنا مدية شهر واحد، شهر 2 3 4 5 دخلنا ل6 5 شهر صح؟ ما صرفنا مواعيد.
will be any pain on a jingle, will be the band, yard pain on a jingle, no man would have been, I don't be no, in another turn, the bar you will put my young dear, young girl, we all would go with my young dear, you know, you're the law. I like about that, no one, where I never will, could we loyalty, no, you're the one, move man, through you never when you be a young to walk, I pay my mentor, if I young, bring never young, Dally and a young, we give down, would be wild, could be any pain on a jingle, could be the band, I pain on a jingle, come and roll the band, I join a pain on, you never told go for you, but go with my young dear, young girl, young girl, with my young dear, you know, do a lot, I like about that, no one, but I never well, could we loyalty, you're gonna put one, move to man, through my young girl, when you be a young girl, I don't go, I pay my mentor, what else? You want your dear, we prevent your so. You good idea, what you do, in that journey, dear, we prevent your so. You good idea, what you do, you good idea, what you do, we need you when we need you. When you're when you're the week, we young, you're go by in another door. Go for you, but go with my young dear, young girl, you're walk with my young you know, you do a lot. Young like a bad, no more fun. The Bayana, I'm well, to be waiting. No, we don't have one, who get a man. Do I do me when you be a joke to walk? I don't know what I pay, but I'm just you my young dear, we prevent your young girl, that dear, when you do that. You're not gonna be a we prevent your young girl, that dear, when you do that. Young girl, that dear, when you do that. We need you when we need you one. We are here when you do it. We tell you I go by. In another door, go for you, but we'll quit my young dear. Young girl, young girl, walk with my young dear. You do a lot. Young like a bomb, then go for fun. So I'm well, could we wait? You're gonna put one move to the man. Blue, I do not want you, I joke to walk. I don't go, I pay for my Jonathan. You might not be a witch. I'm very young to be with my younger. I think the one young being when I'm to when I think the by night. I'm like, what do you want to do? You do that, you watch it and to say, you don't get him all over. And so they got one young, they're gonna think, they're gonna be like about 3 years, I'm in the show of him. And when I'm in Joe Mandela, when you're young, when young,
Collection guys, select a kunana. As jalan gawin, as jalan dapat, select a kunana. Panagin po collection guys, select a kunana. As jalan gawin, as jalan dapat, select a kunana. The one who broke the action day, Yakamare, Director Kuntana, Ayalan the Wit, Ayalan the God, Yakamare, Collector Kitmana, the one who broke the action day, Yakamare, Director Kuntana, Ayalan the Wit, Ayalan the God, Yakamare, Collector Kitmana. Walla, I want to go and get it right, my yet. Jabba Kamal, my name, Konya, Aqua Mandula, the quality from Malaya, there is so that. But when I want the ball, they know it can put it. We check the match so that. Sabakir Bayo, Bakan, Balan and Yam, Babu, the Yarkam. I'm in the way to wait a while, Janet. Can you move the chum? I'm terrible. Darling, I'm not that. Round the top, round the top, the chair, the baby, in charge of it, tiring. What a water, I want the guy and get it right, my yet. Jabba Kamal, my name, Konya. Aqua Mandula, the quality from Malaya, there is so that. But when I want the ball, they know it can put it. We check the match so that. Cabanding guy by your back, that and young power the guy come in the way. We the guy Janet, Tippet Jewison, come to the guy.
Okay. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. I am your host, Peter Kenny. Please share the video. If you are interested on topic, stick around. If you are not interested and you have other most important thing than this topic, it's okay. You don't have to watch. But hey, you can share. Sharing is caring. First, I am going to start tonight. The topic is simple. I have it on the screen. No more, no less. Before I continue, I'm going to remind every single person that is participating on this show. Please be mindful of your language because they are going to hurt someone. They are going to agitate someone. And I don't want to make my point here by choking you, by insulting you, or your community, or your society, whatever your political affiliation. No, absolutely. I'm not going to go there. Two, if you want to join the show, let me know. I will put the link. And before I do that, just mind your language because I always say there is no profanity, insulting, or anything like that, or threat to individual or a society. Because after all, what you have here is your opinion and you are entitled to. The reason I had this topic, we have forget as a nation and as individual, we all have our own obligation over the issues pertaining South Sudan. We are blaming politicians, but I never had someone blaming actually the leaders, the chiefs of our society, because we live in a tribal society where we have own our section, we have our own clan, we have our own sub-clan and sub-tribe. And with that being said, we have over 64 tribes. Those 64 tribes have their own sub-tribe. They have own clan, and they have own sub-clans. This year, we are in a different world. We are fighting all fronts. We are fighting ourselves. We are fighting disease. We are fighting anger. It's all about fighting. And we have only people that are peacemakers. Few people that say, we had enough of killing ourselves. Past week and this week is all about coronavirus. COVID-19 is growing like a wildfire. Within this week and last week, there is intercommunal fighting. We have seen the situation in Pibor and Jonglei, where Mule went to a lawn. We have seen that within Lagos State itself and within people of Yeru itself, where I came from. Yet, before I even say yet, and we have seen it on the other side of Unity State Afernai, Wara, that involved inter-communal fighting. Yet, we are only blaming one particular, the central government. The question is, what role do our chiefs, what role do local administration play in this crisis? And here we have another war, the war of propaganda, the proxy war, whether on social media or outside of social media. What is our responsibility? Whether you are a youth, whether you are an educator, whether you are an elder, or you are a mother, what is our role? Do you question yourself, what role am I playing? Am I fueling the fire? Am I putting the fire away? I hate to say this. This is the first time I have ever sat on this computer and start with my own opinion. And that's sad. And that's sad. I never thought on a situation that I will be sitting here and start with my own opinion. My goal and the Lake State Media was that we have to bring all Junupin around the corner, everywhere in the world and in entire South Sudan, where if we can have dialogue as a society, there is always understanding and a solution. Whether we go apart or stick together as the brothers and sisters, or a patriot of a nation. That was our goal. And yes, of course, it's still a goal of Lake State Media. But I have to start tonight because we have seen this. And I have to say one thing. I didn't want to say it, but I will say it. For some of us Junupin, which are half-half, please, if you are happy being a half-half, when I say half-half, I mean dual citizen. Whether you are an American, South Sudanese, you have obligation. But you should have limit yourself. I'm not going to explain why, but one day I'll come back and explain why. So the question, with all this fighting, we have Kokoji, we have people from Yerul, we have people all over, whether it's Warrap, Unity, Jonglei, Upper Nile, Buma, whatever it is, we are fighting. When is the fighting going to last? And where do we go from here? Because every single day is about the leadership. I can't imagine if I have to take one of you here, which are hardliners, they know everything about Junub Sudan, and put you in a place, whether in Riek Machar, Choose, or President Kiir, what do you do from here? When you have intercommunal all over the nation, what do you do? Do you round up the chief? Do you round up the whole society? That's my question tonight. Floor is open. I'll stop here and floor is open. If you want to be a part of the show, let me know. I have put the link for those who are interested. You can click a link. If you are having a hard time, let me know. While I'm waiting for the guest, I have only one advice. For those of us, when I say those of us, which I mean especially those of us who are actually running social media, we are playing a real big role. And that big role is not advantaging to our society. Because some of us are headliner to the point they don't see their own people are suffering by what they say. Dr. Dave, welcome to Lagos State Media.
Thank you.
The topic is simple. I am one of people who is sick and tired. Dr. Dave,
Yes.
welcome to Lagos State Media.
Thank you.
Thank you. The topic is simple. I am one of people who is sick. Then, do you have two windows open?
Yes.
Lagos State Media.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll bring them back. One of people who is sick. Then, do you have two windows open?
No. There's only one.
Okay, let me check it on my side. I hope that's not me causing echoing. I don't have anything else open on my side. I think that solved it. Okay. Like I said, I'm one of those people who is sick about past years with those who are running social media. Something is strange. I don't know whether we are sick in mind or we are just ignorant of everything. You have seen the intercommunal fighting going on within the country. It's everywhere, every corner. And we have seen the cases of coronavirus is rising. Now we have people who are creating the situation. Machar is being lifted from the country. He went sick for treatment. He's going to start so. President Kiir is sick. He's in Khartoum today. When there is no any single truth in this, when there is no any single truth in this, where are we? Where do we go from here with all this proxy war? We do not have any single agenda that we are betting on. There are people that are crying about law, about corruption, about bad governance, about tribal. Which one is which? Where do we go from here? Dr. Den, Comrade Chenkwas, welcome to Lagos State Media.
Thank you. Hello, Brother Den.
Hello, welcome.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Den, where do we go from here? And which one is which?
Well, first of all, I just want to send out my condolences to Law and Well community for the massacre rights of kids, women, and elderly people. That is heartbreaking. It's very tough when people go through that. I'm also sending the same condolences to people if any incidents happened before where kids children or women were killed. And also my condolences goes to people of Puk and Bulnwer, and then also goes to people of Yuru with all those intercommunal conflict going on, and people of Pujulu in Equatoria. Let me just say all my condolences go to anywhere in South Sudan where people are dying, whether they're dying of natural cause or COVID-19 or these senseless and baseless conflicts going on in our community. My condolences go to that. And your question, Peter, is very painful, and it's to be honest with you, there is no correct answer to your question, simply because we have so many problems, multiple problems that cannot be solved, or one day. But my simple answer to your question is, I believe we are cursed. Yes, we are cursed. Okay. And if we go back and read what Isaiah 18, what Isaiah 18 says, okay, I believe this is what's exactly going on. Okay. Now, the problem now going on now, you see community against other community, or a tribe against other tribe, or all of this. If you look at the cause, they are meaningless. They don't lead you to fight. I mean, until people see the blood. To me, my simple answer is a curse. Now, where do we go from here? First, I'm an educator, and what I believe strongly is education. Education is a tool for everything, whether it is a formal education or informal education. In both ways, it works very well. And formal education and informal education go together with what we call nonviolence ideology. Okay, our society has been ripped up by violent ideology. All we're proud is when we do violent, that's when we are proud. We go to this place, we kill, we are happy, we're celebrating. Okay, so if you are killed, oh, that's bad. But if you go to some place and kill, it's okay. Okay, that means that we are proud about our violence. We don't look at the consequences and the outcomes of tomorrow. And to address this issue, we need to go back to education. All of these things you see going on right now in our community, in our country, they are not new. These have been historical issues. The reason that we cannot compare them, the historical events, with today's events are associated with the availability of media. Anything can happen now and people can know it. Okay? And when anything, small thing happen, the one that is going to report it, make it a big one. And when it becomes the big one, it affects the whole society. So, to me, I would suggest two things as solution to these problems. One, it is a responsibility for all of us as youth, as community leaders. I wouldn't mention politicians because they are the whole disease to some of the problems that we are going on in our country. I would really emphasize on youth, pastors, an average normal citizen, friends. We need to create educational initiatives that will be taken to the grassroots, to the youth, so that when youth know who they are, they will be not simply utilized the way anybody wants. Think about this. When we were in Ethiopia in 1988, when we were very young, when we were in refugee camp, when the SPLA recruited commanders came to the camp to recruit people, if you were not recruited, you cry. You cry why you were not recruited to the army. Because there were two things on our minds: to get trained, get your gun, and go and fight. But did we think really going to war and fight was an issue? You're going to die? No. Just get your guns, get your Kalashnikov, and go to war. The consequences you would go when you see when you're in front line. But after we were taken to school, we started going to school. We started learning the better future you would have if you don't go to war. Now, our youth right now I see people crying, oh, Murleya bad, oh, Nuer are bad. Oh, all of that is not because they are bad. It is because they are not given tools to know themselves who they are. They are not given tools to know what tomorrow will be to them. They are not given tools to know the difference between if I act bad, what is the outcomes. So the best thing for us to do as community activists, as educators, as doctors, as a normal average person, as South Sudan, no matter where you are, we need to create educational initiatives. Those educational initiatives will help youth who are now utilized as the tools to every door. That's my number one suggestion. My number two suggestions, we need to empower the chiefs. You know, when chiefs are powered, they will reduce all these problems going on. But unfortunately, the chiefs that we knew before had power, they have now less power. They don't get support. Youth could get guns, they will not listen to their chief. They take all these kind of issues in their own hands. And if a chief talks, they sometimes end up being killed. For example, it has been going on a lot in your state, Lake State. When the chiefs are trying to get involved in solve problems, they got killed because they don't have that power. Number three, the government itself. I do not understand when an incident happened in the community and we do not see even just a half so-called themselves politician in Juba, a half, not even a full human being, a half coming out to condemn publicly what is going on in that society. I have never seen that at all. The government has to come out to condemn what is going on in society. They have to come out and educate youth what they do not need to do in order to kill themselves. Now, 1,000 are killed in Bor. I mean, in 5. I don't know if the 5 or 4 areas attacked in Longwear. I believe most of them are below 30s. Most of them. Let's say maybe 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That 1,000 that died in Longwear and Murle youth. Let's say I'm talking about generally as South Sudanese. That 1,000 that killed. They could have maybe a president of the future. They have medical doctors of the future. They have lawyers. They have everything. They could have been tools. But now what happened? They just died, and who cares about it? They're gone, they're gone. And we are sitting here in social media proudly encouraging the same thing going on. We are cursed. We need to move out of this curse. We need to move out of this and correct what is going on. It is we to do it. It is we to do it. My last point would also go to us, we who are outside of the country. We are the biggest problem to our country. And I said this before when I was a South Sudanese chairperson in Buffalo, New York. And I'm going to tell you how. When you got information from one man's site, from Juba, whether through a phone or whether through what, you come and preach in community. Something that you're not sure, preach in community, and people get it from there. And that fuels the problem. Also, we come to social media here to Facebook. Instead, you just condemn one person. You take the whole society. The whole society. And insult that society. And society has millions and millions of people. But you take 2 people, 3 people that have made a mistake. The mistake that is made by 2-3 people, you take it now for the whole society. Look, for example, a couple days ago, when I was listening to women, another problem, women fighting in social media, calling other community animals. Oh, come on, God help me. Who has to be called animals in this world as human beings? Even if you know somebody has done something wrong to you, please try to find the means of stopping it instead of fueling it. Our social media has been abused, and that is not going to help us. I'm appealing to my sisters, the women of South Sudan. Please, please stop using social media to promote hatred, hate speeches against each other. Our children, our women, elderly, they have been suffering for over 50 years. They need to enjoy life, but now they don't seem doing it because we are putting them into that risk life. Whatever you say right here goes into your community. And when it goes to your community the wrong way, people take it into their hands and they take it against others. And that creates more problem. We really need to be very careful, and we really need to make sure that we are advocates for peace, for development, instead advocating for war. What makes you so proud to kill Nuer? What makes you so proud to kill Dinka? What makes you so proud to kill Bahari? What makes you so proud to kill Dushol? What makes you so proud to kill even a dog, just a dog in South Sudan is very important to us. Just a dog, leave alone human being. Even bird is very important. If somebody else comes from Uganda or from Kenya, kills a bird, and you don't ask that person, and you are South Sudanese, something is wrong in your mind. Because it's very important. It has contribution. Why do we have to be happy when human beings are killed? When human beings are died? How? Why? So we are cursed. Curse is on us. We need to get out of this curse. How? We need to preach peace. We need to preach peace. But I strongly encourage all youth, especially we outside of the country. We are supposed to be primarily peacemakers instead to be warriors. I beg and I really appeal to those who are listening right now, please let not promote incitements. Let not promote incitement. Because the communities, the conflicts that are going on in our communities, some of them actually come out from us. They go from here and affect them right there, down there. We need to stop those. Instead of blocking what is going to kill our people, we take it there. Oh, come on. That's so wrong. That's so wrong. Finally, I thank you very much, the host. But honestly, we need educational initiative to be taken down there to the youth on the ground so that they know themselves, so that they will not be misused, okay? Because they are the future of tomorrow. The politicians in Juba, where are their kids? You know where they are? They are in Australia, they are in America, they are in UK, they are in Nairobi, they are in Kenya, they are everywhere. Even if you kill yourself and finish in South Sudan, they will come later on and build their own places with, having big area. That's why now people are dying in the community and nobody even talks about it. So we need to wake up. We need to wake up and educate our own youth on the ground to stop violence and come to the sense that they are tomorrow leaders. They are tomorrow lawyers, medical doctors, and even as far as we know, we need even nurses and midwives. I could believe that if we are rich, we should also have midmen, if that we need that as well. But we really need to make sure that we bring education to our people. Thank you very much. I want to give others a chance to talk. Thank you very much for giving me a chance, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Deng. It's absolutely right. I'm going to agree with you. Most of people are disagreeing with the point that you said we are cursed. I can't support that. We are cursed. If we are not cursed, we would have learned land right after we got our independence. We should have stopped all this nonsense. Thank you. Hang on there. And Comrade Chinkwas, let me unmute you. Welcome again. Thank you for tuning in. This is very important. As a representative of IO, I want to hear from you, what is going on and where do we go from here? Because everything is a mess. And I think all of us here on social media, we are part of it. I believe. I'm not even thinking. I believe. I have to correct myself. I believe we are part of this problem.
Okay. First of all, Peter Kenny, thank you so much for the invitation once again. As I always said, it's always a pleasure for me to present myself here, not only as a member of the SPLM-IO, but as well as a leader within the SPLM-IO movement. It is always crucial for us to sit here to discuss important topics regarding our country. It is a show of full responsibility among ourselves when we sit here for hours and hours to discuss the issues of our country. I don't take it lightly. I take it, 100% as a responsibility of myself and you and the rest of our people to share in discussion. The rest of the panelists, we have our brother Bunyriak and Angok. Thank you so much for sharing the platform with us together with our brother, Dr. Ding. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the viewers, welcome. This topic that we are discussing today is very crucial. How is it crucial? It is crucial because our country is disintegrating before our eyes. For over 7 years now, we have seen a lot of death. We have seen a lot of suffering. We have seen our people fleeing for their dear lives. Now you would find huge numbers of our people, rather than living in their own homes in our country, they are now residing in foreign countries, most in particular the regional countries. This is something that was unprecedented, but as South Sudanese, it is not of a shock to see what has been going on. Because, we come from a background that has had no education, as my fellow brother, Dr. Ding, let me just say that, have said. As we all know, education is always a fundamental tool in changing how the society lives and also harnessing the hard work of its citizens. When we have education, we have less violence. That is something I have to point out. So I agree on the point of education. The current conflict that we have seen in our country arose because of lack of education. Second to that, and it should have been the very first one, poor leadership in the country. Poor leadership has brought us into this chaos, and it is now threatening our entire national fabric, because I believe we are being led by a leader or leaders, although they might have a slight bit of knowledge and education background, they do not have the credible techniques that are needed in a leader. Therefore, when we choose a leader, or when we have a leader that do not have the qualities of a leader, that would have been brought up through shortcuts, of course, the future would be put under a microscope. because maybe the leader do not see what is ahead of us or what is ahead of the country in 10, 20, 30 years from now. We need leaders that are well educated, not just through classwork education, but through training and, and well adversed in terms of knowledge. There is natural wisdom in leading people and a country. There is also a gain knowledge where you go to class and attain qualifications and you become knowledgeable. These things are missing in some of our leaders. And when I say this point, someone will come later and pinpoint it as a statement against a person. I'm saying this deep down from my heart as a citizen of South Sudan, that I believe through the experience of the last 7 years, or even you can go back 10 years, I have noted with concerns that our country need education. We have to orient ourselves on how we can become a better citizen. At this point in time, Brother Kenny, we are only cocooned in our own tribes and clans and sub-clans and all those that you know. We do not have a sense of belonging in our nationhood or in our country. People find faith in serving their own community rather than serving the nation. This is something that will be eradicated through education, through training and advocacy. We will eradicate this. And unless we embark on these issues, we cannot be able to reverse the current trajectory in our country. We will do that if only we have a better leadership in the country. And when I say better leadership, some of you will come later to say, Jankos was referring to Salva Kiir. I'm not only referring to Salva Kiir, I'm generalizing here. I'm speaking on a perspective of a citizen, that if we were to change the current proceeding in our country, we need a better leadership. How do we get a better leadership out of what we have at this stage? What we need to do is to transform our country from the war rhetoric that we have used, that we have been used to and accustomed ourselves to. Once we change the current situation and we bring about peace in our country, we will have an elections where you and I will have a platform to find out who is the best leader to serve us as a people and the country. And unless we have peace in the country, we cannot be able to change leadership. The way I look at it, we cannot be able to change leadership unless we have peace back in the country. But how will we get peace back in the country? That is a question that might have different angles and different branches. But for me, the only branch that I tend to choose is one branch, which is the current reaccess. The current reaccess in its form in which it was signed would be able to give us a platform to create peace in the country. If we fail to harness the current peace and transform it from how it is into something tangible for our people, we will not be able to see peace, and the current leadership will continue to thrive because they manifest themselves through violence. The more they keep us divided, the more they thrive. When they know we are united, they know their days will be numbered. So my dear fellow countrymen, the only way that we will bring about peace in the country, a lasting, genuine peace, is to make sure the current reaccess is implemented. Whether you have been a victim of that reaccess or a winner in that reaccess, that should not matter at this point in time. But what should matter is how we can implement it so that our people can realize peace in our nation. So my proposal in bringing about peace in the country is to see the implementation in full, the reaccess of 2018. Let me go to some of the points that has been highlighted by our fellow brother, Dr. Deng. I agree in parts and I disagree respectfully with some of the views. I do not agree with the notion or with the statement that we as people of South Sudan has been cursed. I don't believe we have been cursed. I believe we are a blessed people that have full potential to live as a human being on this earth. Unfortunately, we fail to recognize our credentials. We fail to recognize who are our true leaders. And we fail also to subordinate the people that can serve us best. We have been wrongfully educated, not in classrooms, but in our tribes and our family upbringing, in a way that will never bring us together as a country. I always categorize ourselves as generations of different clusters. One cluster is those generations that were born before 83. They have a totally different understanding of how we as a people of South Sudan can have a country. We do also have a generation that was born in and after 1983, all the way to 2005. That generation have had a different understanding. Also, in that generation between 1983 and 2005, I also divided into two. One, the generation between 83 and 1991 or 1990 have had a different understanding of how politics and our country can be geared forward. We also have the second part of that generation, which is generation after 1991 or within 1991, all the way to 2005. These people, and this includes ourselves now, these people have been, self-cocooned in our tribes. We have been probably educated wrongfully by our parents or our guardians based on the information that they perceive best for them at that particular time. Now we become the hunters that are hunting for other people that were purported to be the problem at that time. And take me clearly here, because I don't want people to be confused. And now we have this generation that were born after 2005. This is a generation now after us that are looking forward for a better future in our country, and they want us to give them a better example. One of them spoke on my show on Thursday night. And he articulated that you are our uncles, you are our fathers. We are young and energetic, but we have got no example that you guys have set before us. We were only born into a society that is destroyed by wars and tribalism and hate towards so and so. This is the generation that we have given birth to now. This generation can never be a good citizen unless we, the generation of those generation of 1983 to 1991, and generation of 1991 to generation of 1991 to 2005, unless we change ourselves. And in conclusive, let me say the generation of 1983, all the way to 2005, we must change ourselves if we want our country to be better and be peaceful and be cohesive in how we move forward and how we debate our issues. We must be able to transform ourselves and change the trajectory of the future. Because the next generation, which was after 2005, cannot have a better future unless you and I change ourselves. But how will we change ourselves? We will change ourselves when we have peace in the country. We will go through elections and we will identify who are the best qualified leaders that will lead our country, so that you and I can have a platform that will channel us into the platform of being next tomorrow leaders. So when I point out, as I conclude, so I can give you the next opportunity, our problems are in three clusters. The cluster that was born and raised before 83, they have different understanding of how South Sudan that they fought for would have been handled. We also have these ones that were born from 83 and raised through those war-torn areas and through war and conflict, all the way to the generation of 2005. Now this generation of 2005 are not the conflict one, are not the problems. You will find the only problem, generation is the generation that was born before 83. The other problems are the generation that was born after 83, all the way to 2005. Why do I identify these clusters as a problem? I identify them as a problem because we have been oriented differently. We have been brought up differently based on the political interest, based on tribal interest during those eras. That is what I can say. Lastly, the reason I say we are not cursed. We are not cursed. I believe wholeheartedly we are the blessed citizens of that continent of Africa. If only we can identify our true leaders. If only we can eradicate our ego in us that only allow you to support a leader because he's from your tribe. Excuse me. Once we identify these things, we will be able to live to the full potential of our blessings. I believe we are not cursed, but I believe we do not recognize the true leaders among us. And unless we start doing that, unless we start reading ourselves, screening ourselves, identify the mischievous characters, identify the potential leaders, and then help them to grow, then we are able to achieve what we are talking about now. Of course, no one can glorify the death of our fellow citizen. No one. Although we do sometimes, and I admit, I'm always responsible of my actions, and I always accept my actions. Because unless you do that, you cannot lead people. You cannot lead people unless you also accept your full responsibility and your wrongdoing. I'm part of this generation that was born from 83 or after 83 to 2005. I fall in that category. Okay? And when I see something that is eradicating my own family and my tribe, I will always stand to the defense. But is this a way forward? No, it can never be the way forward. The honesty in this discussion is that we must be able to realize our wrongdoing and change for future, so that our children that were born after 2005 can have something to look up to. If we pretend that we do not have problems and we do not have tribalism and we were never, wrongfully educated through our tribes and our clans and our sub-clans, we are not going to be responsible enough to bring peace in our country. The current situation that helped you to bring this topic, Brother Kenny, it is not a laughing matter. It is not a laughing matter. It is something that is paining me, and it's also doing the same to you. When we see 200 people being massacred in one day because of things that would have been controlled by good leadership, it is nothing, it should not be something that would be a laughing matter. And I cannot keep silence seeing my people and your people being massacred. Someone is having a noise at the background. Yeah. So when we see our people dying in numbers, I had a show back in the day. This was regarding to the killing in Lake State at the time. I think it was about 2-3 years ago. I hosted a show and I was talking against the killing or the government allowing people in Lake State to kill themselves, although they are the same people. I spoke about it, and I'm not from that area. But it hurts me when I see dead people on social media that are from my country. I brought another show in regard to the conflict that was going on in Wow. That was, I think, in 2015. It hurts me. I'm not from that area. But it hurts me because people of my country are allowed to kill themselves. And I will do the same. A couple of weeks ago, I talked against any invasions of any person's lands after we have the independence, because we have the government. Back in the day, we have the jungle law. But after 2011, when we had the government, everything should be formatted. That if anything you do, you must be held to account because we have a government of the day. Once our government allow all these things to continue, then it is welcoming and inviting more chaos in the country. So my brother, Kenny, let me conclude by saying this. The current conflict is something that is hurting me, seeing my people being massacred, and not even the government of the day could even condemn what had happened. And someone would expect me to be silent. It cannot be true. We cannot be right here. All lives matter. Remember in 2012, the Law Nuer wanted to go to Murle in Pibor to revenge. What did Dr. Riek Machar did? He jumped on a chopper, on helicopter. He went and he landed there and he told the Law Nuer youth to return back home. That was...
But, Chinquat,
yes.
Anyway, I'm not cutting you. And this is where the problem came in, where in reality, when we look at that situation, the Law Nuer used to accept Machar because he was a Nuer, not because he was a vice president. There were other leaders that were sent in and that did not happen. I just want to point that out. Also, by saying, okay, yes, it's a bad leadership and within all of us. And that generation, you are saying the generation after 2005, how do we lead them? When we first say, if there is an issue within our own family, within our own society, I'll say first, I will defend my cousin before I came to actually solve the problem. I had this issue. My cousin was one day asked, what is the problem with South Sudanese? It seemed like South Sudanese, you guys don't have a pride of patriotic. Here in the United States, I feel secure to be an American. I don't feel secure to come from the state of Oman, from city of Wellington, or whatever my tribe is. But in South Sudan, that's not the case. Mm-hmm. I feel secure being within my family, being within my clan, being within my tribe, and later on state and so forth being South Sudan. So how do we change this attitude? This is the problem. How
I
do
think.
we change that?
Okay, go on.
Can we accept the fact that I felt I'm wrong? I need to take a lead and stop it.
Mhm. I believe our fellow brother, Dr. Deng, have given you a very good way forward. He has mentioned education. Education is always the best tool to change, the future, if not today. Unless we educate our youth, unless, as he said very clearly, unless we educate our youth, educate ourselves, and advocate on behalf of our community and our country, we can be able to change the current situation. But if we fail to do that, then I am afraid we cannot change anything. How do we change the future? We change the future through education. Lastly, the current situation in our country make it too hard for us to change anything. We cannot be able to educate ourselves when we are running away from our very own country. There are no schools, no hospitals, no water to drink, no food to eat, no security. All these things need to be brought in the country first before we talk about education. We need peace in the country before education thrives. Yes, you have said a very good point, and I will stop from here by saying this. You have mentioned how we live in Western world. We live and you are identified by your address. Wherever your address is, that is your home, that is your country, that is your state, that is your suburb, or Boma and Payam back in our country. But in our country, South Sudan, we are not in this status yet. We have not reached this level yet. I think the level that we need to speak on is how we can bring peace first in the country. And then we will, with all this experience that we have, we can be able to build these things. These things can be able to be built if we bring peace first. Without peace, we can never build anything. You cannot build a school, you cannot build hospital, and all those sort that that we enjoy in these countries. Thank you, brother Kenny. I'm prepared to also listen. So generally, I've denied we are not cursed. I don't believe we are cursed, but I believe we just have poor leadership and lack of education. Thank you.
Anyway, it could be true. It is your opinion, and that was our opinion. They and I. But the fact is, if you feel like you are blessed, people should have a change of heart and start taking a lead instead of waiting for someone to change. Hang on there. I am sure you will have a lot of questions that come from the other side of the aisle. Matt J, hang on there, buddy. I see you. You are on live. That's okay because I have a maximum of 6 people. I could have used another way to have more, but maybe that will cause a slowdown on my network. But hang on there. I see you. I'll bring you up. Brother.
Angelo, there is a guy called Angelo that is urging you to let me answer his question. What is his question? Angelo Atem.
Okay. I will look Angelo question up. That will cause a kind of a distraction for me. But I will let the rest of my team look up the question. What was his question? And I will ask later. Brother Boone, welcome to Lake State Media. You are among those generations that are actually probably not after 2005, but maybe in earlier 2000. Welcome to Lake State Media.
All right, Peter Kenny. I would love to begin by conveying my best greetings to the rest of the panelists and you as the host of tonight's discussion. I would not also forget the viewers of this important discussion. I do appreciate them for being there, because without them, would not be proud of speaking. Now, what I would love to begin with is an appreciation to Lake State Media for having brought up this topic. And this is one of the things that I, as a student, has always been yearning to see from the social media users, especially the Facebook users. Those ones who always broadcast day and night, talking about their parties, talking about peace, talking about politics, and so on. Now, out of all the things that we are discussing on social media, we are doing nothing other than preaching hate speech. I'm not saying everybody else is doing that, but a portion of the broadcasters who are always on social media, who are always on Facebook, we do watch them. They are doing nothing other than preaching hate speech. And through the hate speech that we are preaching, we are likely we are just heading to a massive kind of destruction. If one would answer the question that you posed, that where do we head from here? Where do we go to from here? Of course, we are going to more destruction. I am not going to speak in a sense that I am attached to a certain section of people, but I will speak as myself. And I do acknowledge the fact that most of the panelists realize the reality of our today's destruction. We are all involved in it, as you've all said. I am part of it. All of you there might have also contributed to it, though it is not that much. The same to the audience who are watching this program. We've all contributed to it. How do we become contributors of this? How have we really contributed to it? It comes in a sense that once you click on your Facebook application, the first things that will always come to the wall of your Facebook are articles where one either praises his tribe or praises a certain group of people whom is loyal to. I term this as hate speech. I termed it as hate speech because it is not freedom of speech. A freedom of speech is whereby you freely express your views that are not hurting others. But when we go on appreciating our own tribes, thinking that they are better than other tribes, then the destruction really comes in a way that the community that owns us is likely to fall in the roots of darkness. Now, the kind of things that I'm talking about that are being done by the Facebook users, I remember recently when the issue that's currently going on in the land of Law Nuer and Greater Pibor started, people began to go on saying congratulations to Greater Pibor for having killed this number of Law Nuer youths. Congratulations to the Law Nuer for having defeated the Murle youths. Within Yerul as a community, people also did the same. Certain sections were being appreciated for having defeated other nations, whatever other sections. Certain sections within Yerul as a community were praised on social media here that they have achieved a victory of killing and raiding cattle from other sections. Within the areas of Wairab, the same thing is ongoing. And who are doing this? They are used. Because I've not yet seen any of the leaders. I've not yet seen any of the leaders, those ones in Juba that we always put the blame on. Them being members of IO or the IG or any other party that does exist in South Sudan, I've not yet seen any of them writing an article praising members of his tribe for having raided cattle or for having killed people. We, the youth, are the one doing that. And it sends a lot of questions to my mind always. What are we being paid for? If we go on thinking that a destruction that caused death to certain people is a victory, what does it give us? If we ask ourselves such questions, we will not always be involved in that. If those leaders are the ones sending us to come and make such fake posts on Facebook, and then it is our right as the youth to reject that and send them to come and do it instead of sending us. And before you even think of doing that, what will that person give you that's more important than a human life? I had a show last night, and in that show, I was purposely talking about this. But I failed to get participants because things that we always rush to are things that are inciting conflict in the country. Once a person is hosting a show whereby he wants to target Nuer as a community, that's where people will go, begin to send them comment. You are doing great, mom. You are doing great, uncle. You are doing great, brother. When somebody is abusing a certain tribe, to an extent, people are referring to other communities as animals. Do we call that a pride? Is that really a pride? It is a total nonsense. It is a total nonsense. So what do we need to do here? We need to accept ourselves as human beings. That's in the primary level. The first things that we need to know is to accept ourselves as human beings. When somebody is being murdered in Nuer land, let's all mourn that human life because that's a life and we happen to lose it. Let's accept the truth that I, being a human being, and I believing that my life is important, the same thing also occurs to the other person. If I lose a person in my family today, I know how much it pains me. And that's the same thing that happens to the family of the person whose son or daughter is being murdered in those intercommunal conflicts. So we need to accept the truth that we are human beings before even thinking of the second label which takes us to be South Sudanese. The youths who are doing this always keep on blaming the leaders. They always keep on blaming the leaders, or maybe the ones that are older than us. For instance, I have Brother Chank was here. He's not my age mate. Once it happened, I'm using Brother Chankwas as an example. If he goes on preaching hate speech on social media, and then I believe that I should respect him and accept whatever thing that is doing, and then let me put at the back of my mind that I am just distracting my own self because Brother Chankwas has already done something. He has kids. And he has already played his role in the community. But what have I done as a youth? What have I done as a student? I'm here wasting my time in school in the names of education, calling myself a person who's taking education. With this education that I'm taking, if I don't take human life to be important, then at the end of the day, I might end up finishing it. But what is happening in the villages, the killings that's going on in the villages, I might also fall a victim of it. So there is a need for us to create a peaceful environment. And this peaceful environment should not only be created in the national level. We need to start within our families. We need to start within our families. You, the elder brothers who have kids, educate your kids that they are South Sudanese. Educate them that they are human beings. Because everything that they're learning today, they are learning it from. They learn it from you. They can either learn it from me. If I go on preaching hate speech against certain tribes, that kid might think that it is the ethic of our community, and I should do it because my dad does so. So let the peace that we talk about begin within our families. Of course, I will not conclude without saying, without sending my deepest sympathy to the communities that have lost life in this current conflict. We had all thought that it was enough in 2013. But then it wasn't the end. It kept on going until 2014. Within 2014, this thing kept on increasing in other places. Though those ones who are living in Juba thought that the conflict had stopped. It had not stopped because people were still killing themselves in other villages in the names of Nuers and Dinkas. So at this point here, I am telling us as South Sudanese that let's all mourn those who have lost their life, because in our mind we thought that maybe if the peace agreement is signed, that was going to be the end of it. But now it is not ending. It is not ending. And Peter Kenny clearly said it, that our chiefs also in the villages should be questioned. Of course, they need to be questioned. Our parents, the fathers that we left in the villages, they also need to be questioned. They are not sending children to school, but they are capable of buying guns. The money that they use in buying those weapons that are leading to loss of lives can as well take their kids to school. So this is where the question of education comes in. This is where the question of education comes in. They need to be sensitized in a way that the cows and the goats that they sell to acquire guns can pay almost a tuition fee for 1 year. So they need to send their children to school. But if those children are sent to school and they come and get us doing this on social media, preaching hate speech, won't we even be distracting them? It would even be better to leave them in the villages, because they will still come here and get us doing the same thing that was occurring in the villages. On social media here, we think that we are not doing harm, but what we are doing is even worse compared to the ones that are killing. Because we are the ones that preach this message, we are the ones that send these messages to the rest in the local areas. Somebody comes in, a person of my age, comes in and posts that Dinka will always rule South Sudan. Does it really make sense as a human being? Without Dinka, South Sudan wouldn't have been a nation. Without Nuer, South Sudan wouldn't have been a nation. The Nuers and Dinkas are dogs. These are posts from Equatorians. These ones are animals. Somebody goes in and abuses the Equatorians. If we continue doing this, then where do we really expect peace to come? That peace will never come if it continues like that. So we need to accept the fact that we are human beings. And to my fellow youth out there, my dear brothers, this is what we need to do. I don't discourage anyone from following the elders. It is always good to follow the elders. But it is not good sometimes when the elders themselves have failed to do something, and then it is not worth for them to be followed. So let's always follow those leaders or those elder brothers that are actually providing important contributions to society. And once we realize that they are not doing that, then the best we can do is to isolate ourselves from them and then look for our own future. Let's build our own future. If somebody happens to read whatever, if somebody happens to be a student of history, I'm not a student of history, but I do read sometimes. In the year 1991, we all saw what happened in Sierra Leone. In the early 1989, we all saw what happened in Liberia. Those ones were being done by youth. But later on, when those people came to accept themselves that they were own Liberian, right now, they have peace in their country. Same thing to what happened in Rwanda. And we are speaking in the name of peace because it is lack of peace in mind that tells you that go to the other community and raid cattle, go to the other community and kill a person. So let's not always think that we cannot make it. We can make it, and how can we make it? It is through initiatives such as this. If we always come on to discuss issues related to things that are affecting our people back in the villages, rather than basing everything of ours in politics and the position, then things can be changed. So thank you so much, my dear brothers, for the time you've given me. And I will also be waiting here if I might have something later to comment. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you, brother Bunch. If you want to go and watch on the other side and excuse yourself and come back later when people have questions for you, that's fine. But thank you. It is up to us to take it from you. It's always about we should lead by example, and I'm sure a lot of people realize an example of what youth is supposed to be. Thank you. Max J, let me unmute you 1 second.
Okay.
Max J, welcome to Lake State Media.
Thank you for the chance and the opportunity for bringing me up. I hope you hear me clearly.
Yes, absolutely. Loud and clear.
Okay. Once again, I want to thank you guys for making this great, actually, to express our point of views, which is mainly important to we as South Sudanese. Okay. The reason why I came up here, usually I'm not into such platforms, but mainly is what I see happening is wrong, okay? We have seen all what happened. It's all about tribalism. The last 2 weeks, the last 1 month, I think Facebook has been on fire about tribalism. People dividing themselves and all that. I saw this agenda and I got like, I was breaking down, you know, as a youth. Like Boyne said, we're supposed to unite and we fight such fundamentals which will lead to loss of lives. Yesterday, I tried to interact with my brother, Chanko, something like that. Yeah, Chanko. I came yesterday to talk to him, but I think my internet was bad, you know. The reason why I came up here, I respect you guys, whoever that does the live show. I respect everybody, okay? We look up to you guys because at the end of the day, there's a word that says, respect your elders, okay? Respect your elders. Mainly, I will start with Chankot, okay? Chankot, I look up to you as a brother, as a countryman, okay? I saw the articles, I saw the live videos that you have been going through. I personally, I wouldn't like it, and other people wouldn't like it, because at the end of the day, we're supposed to stand for unity, you know? We saw what happened was between illiterate people, okay? Villagers killed themselves. For us, we went to school. You went to school. I'm very sure you have a degree, okay? Since you have that degree, brother, that education you use in school, let's make positive use of it, okay? You could have seen tribalism going on the internet, but brother, we look up to you because at the end of the day, you are a big impact to the society and the communities where you come from, okay? And most of our South Sudanese are just followers. They're just followers. They follow what they don't know. So I was heartbroken to see you talking about so-and-so pointing fingers to certain tribes, talking about arms and all that. That's not what you're supposed to do as an elder, okay? You're supposed to say, okay, this thing happened between illiterate people. How do we stop it? Like, how do we bring positive change to it? You're supposed to unite us, okay? Most of those people that fight in the field there, most of those youth that are killing themselves, they're not illiterate. But when they see your video, when you're speaking, they will listen because they understand the language. Because most of them, I believe, they don't read, okay? Most of them, they don't read because they're illiterate. So therefore, once you go live, like now we are talking, it's very easy for them to understand. So when let's just put a point, okay? Me, I'm a youth. I started my campaign like 2 days ago, okay? Like saying no to tribalism, no matter what it takes. Because what I'm seeing with our elders mostly these people who are 30 plus, what I'm seeing mainly is just live videos promoting hate speech, promoting tribalism. And I'm not gonna get afraid of anything. I'm gonna tell the true facts. You either take it or you leave it, okay? We are here to talk about reality because at the end of the day, okay, at the end of the day, we are South Sudanese and we have to tackle the same issues. We can't just watch them go ahead every day, okay? We can't watch them go ahead every day. So what I'm saying, brothers and sisters, like this, you guys are organized. Internet has given us a platform where we can come like 6 people on a screen. We share ideas. You're in a different continent. I'm in a different continent, but we can still talk and we share ideas. You understand? So, brother Chanko, that was for you. Let's stop that part of this and this did that. Let's see how we can spread positivity. Okay? I personally, I will apologize on behalf of my part, okay? Of our tribe. Sorry, nobody have a right to call other human beings animals, okay? Nobody has a right to call another human being an animal. We all deserve to be human beings. There's a reason why we are given life, to live in a domestic land. So I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry for that, but that was just an information mainly for you and some other people who promote most of the negative and hate speech on internet, okay? And the other thing is, I'm not here to point fingers at anyone. You are my elder. I'll tell you the reality, bro. I don't stand for tribalism. For unity. I stand for unity. And if I've hurt you, I'm really sorry about that. But mainly our elders who go on live videos, please try to promote positivity. Try to promote positivity, not hate speech. Because the people who are promoting hate speech, most of them are elders. Some people are saying this tribe has done this. Some people are saying this tribe has done this, which is not supposed to be happening, okay? It's not supposed to be happening. We look up to you. So if you drive us in the wrong way, please, that's not the right thing. There's something that called sunrise. Sunrise, these are the kids who are being born and they're growing up, okay? Then the afternoon, these are people, the youth who are coming up. The elders is the sunset. That sun is setting, okay? So let me say, these people who the sun is setting, okay? They're trying to damage the sunrise of the teenagers that are coming up, in which we shall not accept that as youth. We shall not accept that. If we see you promoting tribalism, anyone there, any elder, we shall stand and straight to you on your live video, wherever you are, we shall say, brother and sister, this is not right. Promote unity. I don't believe in tribalism. You don't believe in tribalism. Why can't we just sit down and we think for once? We all liberated the country as South Sudanese. Why do we have to say this and this did that, this and this did that? No, that's not why we are here, okay? Illiterate civilians kill themselves because most of them, they don't know what's called life, okay? They're illiterate, we believe. But there's a difference between when you go to school illiterate and come back illiterate. You understand? This is what most elders are doing right now. They have the degrees, but they come back illiterate to mislead the youth, okay? To mislead the youth. All they come now is just to sit behind Facebook and start saying so-and-so did this. Why? For what reasons? Some of these elders, let me say, some people out there, they are given a penny, coins, for their pocket in order for them to what? To promote hate speech on internet, to promote tribalism. Anyway, I'm sorry if I've hurt your feelings, but that's my point of view.
Thank you, Maggie. I am actually so, I feel like I'm blessed today. I have these two young men that are challenging us to the core of our heart and things that are hurting our nation. If we have people like Maggie, Bunyariangel, what else could we ask for? What else could we ask for? Thank you, Brother Maggie.
Okay, I'll leave.
You can excuse yourself so you can wait freely on the other side. You will see how people comment on both of you and Bunch. But I appreciate you coming in. You gentlemen, I'll be in touch with you guys. I will let you guys go away.
One love.
Very fast.
One love.
Thank you. Brother Nguk, welcome back. You have been in and out. I am sure you have read the topic. And
yes.
For me, my question here is, where do we go from here? And now we are being challenged by the youth. Though it says, I believe if we have not hit 40s yet, we are still youth. So go ahead. Or do we have 50s or 45? What do we get use?
Well, that is our custom or our tradition or cultures. They can define that, but I don't think we are used. We are not used anymore. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Peter King, and I thank the viewers. I thank Dr. Ding, and Chamkwas. Thank you, brother. And I thank the last speaker, Mark J, who was here. I appreciate his initiative about the education, where we're going as a country. To begin with the work of Dr. Deng about the curse. The curse itself should not be defined without the fundamental of the people. It is the people by themselves. Because if you believe anything that will happen to you, it will happen or it cannot. So for me, the cut that some people they say in Western term that those who have resources, that the resources that you have might have a curse in you and they play a role. But on the other side, when we look at those, before this resources has been established or has been explored, what was our position in the first place? What had we have in the first place? Do we have war? Do we have a clan, war to clan? Do we have a society? There was tension, cultural rating. Do we have those things back in the day or not? Well, to come to that arena as well, yes, the global phenomenon as we speak. Have narrative a lot of issues that was not back then. We used to fight using our small arm that we can fight. But the scale of war now, at the end of globalization, the interest of the world actually has taken narrative of fight to a different level. So onto that point, I think it is not about the curse itself. It is about how are we passionate about our life? Are we care about ourselves? Do we know where we're going to? Our resources, in particular, do we know whom are we giving to? Do we know who are we making business with them? So for that point itself, it is a question to all of us that each and every one of us has to do his or her own assignment onto this. So to me, it is not a curse. We have a power to kick out whoever that we don't want to make a business with us. It is in our hand to affiliate it with anybody that we want to be politically affiliated with. So with this drama of war and things, we all know, we know how it came along. So that point of curse, I think we need to minimize it. We don't want to accept the Western world projection, because this Western world projection of the company that they go there and fuel the war. I think you are aware about what has gone on, what went on in Congo, what went on in Sierra Leone, what went on in aspect of Africa. I think you are aware of all these things. And what went on in Libya. And somebody might say it is a curse, but that, to me, it is a political calculation for those who want to rob us or whatever that we are. So with that saying, it is alert that we have to be alert. We have to be careful that what are we doing? What are we doing? So your own resources, it belong to your land, and you have a power to control those. So that is what I can answer to your point into that, because we are mature enough and we are educated as you that I respect you a lot, and to others as leaders who are there on the ground, those who are facilitating the system too as well. They should not abide in this saying from the Western world that we are being cursed because we have oil in the tail, or we have gold in Equatoria and things like that. That narrative is completely wrong. It's wrong. It is not a curse. It's because that we have been doomed, or we have been duped by those ideologies. So, with the due respect, I think that we have to educate ourselves under that to reject that call. To Brother Chankwas of the fundamental of how we can approach peace, because I see you are a man of integrity, you're a man of trying to balance the situation in many ways. But the problem is here. The base is the problem. As young man was saying, Mark J was saying that the youth, where are we going? And now they have been caught up by this mess, by this situation. To his word and to what you brought up with that, fundamental, the base itself is still a conflict. If you look at now what is going on, mostly, and this is the topic now on the Lake State. What is going on between the law and Murle and Dingabo? All this along, where did they start? I think they started from the original fundamental of our being, or cultural base. If Murle, they believe that to go and rob somebody, that is that's the way of living, then what is this society? Where is this society is going? If we say, on the other hand, too, that we want to change the country or we want to change the system through bias, then what is it again? To that, what are we gaining? What are we gain from this? So the base itself, I think, the base itself has to be conquered in a way that all the society that we live along, as Nuer, as Dinka, as Chuluk, as Nuak, as Mandari, as Bari, and all ethnic groups within South Sudan. We have to have a base. We have to have a respect with our own society. That is how it has to begin. The field itself. The field should not be the field itself should not be materialized based on the leaders. It has to begin from the society. It has to begin from there. From example, me as from Bo, I don't go to Murle to attack them. I don't go to Law, because Law is my neighbor here. I don't go to them and attack them. What is the tradition or what is the culture of those people that will not hold them accountable? That why do you go to another neighbor to go and rob them? Why do you go to Law, or what made me necessitated me to go to Law and attack Law or rob them? I think that thing has nothing to do with the government. It has nothing to do with the leaders. The leaders have to free this, but based on the cultural aspect. Because these people like you, Brother Chankwas, you come from your from your transitions. In that area there where you come from, with the discipline from your parents and all along. And when you come to Juba, to the parliament, I think you have to observe those and you have to respect those. You have to respect that it is wrong to go to war, to attack them, and to go to Anuak, or to go to Chuluk, you see, or to go to Ruin and attack them. That's the fundamental of being itself. That's the base that we have to, that is how we have to avoid peace. But if we say that peace will be materialized based on the leaders we were appointed to Juba, to Parliament, then it is still that it's not going to work. So this thing has to go back to us. It has to go back to the chief, to where we come from, and how these values of discipline. Where did we lose it? Here. Where did we lose this ground? Because if we have this respect, we have this discipline, then there is no point for Murle youth to go to Law. There's no point for them to come to war. There should not be something like that. So everything has to base on the fundamental base that you raise, where you come from and how you raise. I think this is where we have to target this thing along. And for the leaders too, yes, we have to hold them accountable because they have a power. They can authorize whatever they can use, in which they have to help the situation. But still, to help the situation of going to kill people too as well, like what you had mentioned, when Dr. Riek, and I remember, when Dr. Riek went to Pibo to stop the White Army marching to Pibo, That was a very great initiative. But still, the initiative of Dr. Riek's leadership had not stopped the law as a white army, or it would not even stop people, youth of Murle, because Dr. Riek will have no jurisdiction of how to discipline these people fundamentally. But how we raise people, I think that could be an issue. That could be an issue. But when we come into the issue of the gun, then let's say now Angelina as a Minister of Defense, and to dispatch the army to go and stop what is going on between Law and Murle now. That's a tension, and they can be stopped by force. But that force itself, I think it's not going to bring peace. Whatever that people have to use force, it is a reflection, because you cannot stop fire through fire. What I can suggest here is that people have to go back to the Sultani, to the chiefdom. This is how we have to find the ground for where this peace have to be materialized. For those who are in Juba, to me, I don't rely on them. Because some of them, even you can say that you are Nuer, but they were not born and raised in Nuer. They were somewhere in Khartoum or in Western Wales. Some from Bo. They said they are bored, but they were not there. Some of them they don't know the cultural aspect as well. So what I can suggest is that how did we lose this security element here? I think we lost the fundamental, where we have to bring the shift onto this character of peace, and how peace has to be materialized.
Okay.
And this is what I can say to you, Brother Peter, and thank you a lot, and I appreciate all of you. That's my input, that we have to go to the fundamental of how. Where do we come along to have a government? Where do we come along to have what we call autonomy in the first place before when we march what we have in Southern Sudan? If you miss your base, like our brothers who are here in America as well, then they came as during the slave time. They struggled, and they still struggle now. But how did they start now? It's because there is no base. They lost their base, and that's the point that we need to question. We cannot bring security element to our country when we level our base. Dr. Riek Machar will not bring peace. Even President Kiir will not bring peace, total peace. But those who bring peace, we have to go back to the root, where we come from. As me from board, what could I teach my kid? That do I have to tell them to go to law, to go and fight them? No. It is my duty. It is my responsibility. And the same somebody from law and from Gaware, they say, why do I have to, then my kid, teach that this young is your enemy? No. This base, we have to preach this base. This is what we have to preach, not through the leaders. And thank you. That is what I can say.
Thank you, Brother Amro. Anyway, hold on, let me take this. A call. Hang on for a second. I know you have been in and out. Ding, go ahead for a minute or two before you excuse yourself. And then Chenkwad, I will give a call a chance, and then you can add on. Go ahead, Ding.
Okay, well, thank you again. Thank you, brothers on the panels. And thank you for all the viewers. And my special thanks go to the host. I just want to clarify something about the curse that I was talking about. The curse in South Sudan has nothing to do with the problematic international issues at all. I totally disagree with that. That's number one. Number two, even though my brother Shen Kwat feel that he's blessed, that's congratulations to him. So that's a great thing. We all need to be blessed. Okay. So the curse that I was talking about is not an individual blessing or an individual curse. Okay. And here are the symptoms of curse. I'm going to tell you what are they. If you look at the marriage issues that are going on in our community, they create conflicts and hatred. That is a curse. If you look at the issues that are going on in Warab before even the independence in 2010, where a clan was fighting against a clan, that was a curse. That's an example of a curse. Okay. If you look at what has been going on also in Lagos State, it has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with politics at all. It's just maybe something happened. Maybe a girl is pregnant, and then the youth of girl takes law into their hands and then go kill, and then the other one try to revenge. Whenever there is disagreement, and then it involves a fight.
Go ahead. I'm about.
Thank you. Yeah, whenever there is disagreement, and then involve a fight, and of course you can take that example in the Bible, Cain and Abel. Okay. So then that is a curse. If we have disagreement over the leadership, and instead of discussing it as in an amicable way, and then transform into a war, that's already a curse. Okay, and then I would refer you to Isaiah 18, what it says about it. All right. So if you have to worship something that doesn't please God, God will become angry, and there's a curse. And we saw so many things that our nation. Okay, so our curse has nothing to do with natural resources. Our curse has nothing to do with international invasion. It has something to do within us, starting from myself. The sin I do against you, and then you retaliated my sin. That is a curse. Okay, so that is the curse that I was trying. But if we were not cursed, then we should have not a war. If we were blessed, we would have not a war. America is the land of blessed. That's why they don't have war. Okay, so take it from there. So since that we have all these conflicts, that does mean there is a curse. The question is, where does curse come from? This is where we need to look into it. Now, I am so impressed by Max J. I wish I know his name properly. Okay, it's not because that he was a fingertip to Brother Shankwat, but he pointed out that we, the elders, including myself, I'm 40. So even though I'm still being considered youth under under social way of saying from 18 to 45 youth, so I consider myself an elder. Okay, so yes, I would accept his call. I'm a part and the partial of the problem that going in the country, even though I have never said anything wrong, not encouraged anything. But as long as I'm an elder, and the other elder does it wrong, then it affects me, and that is a good call. Yes, we need to look into that. Okay. Now, not a negative answer to my brother Shankwat, because he totally disagreed with the curse, and he's actually mentioned something very important that is a sign of curse. He said himself, if someone kill my people, I cannot sit and watch them not to talk about it. So when you talk about it, the message could be maybe incitement. The message could be a celebratory, maybe over victory. That's also a part of encouragement and fight. That is already a curse. Now, if you do not want completely this to continue from your standpoint of talk, which is, I agree with you with that. If you should have done it. And I'm going to give you an example. Myself in 2012, there was a guy who came and killed my cousin's son, my uncle, the third born to my father. He killed. And when he killed that guy, when mother called me and told me that, the first thing I asked her, where is that guy, the one who killed the guy, my cousin? Okay. Then she said she is in jail. And the good thing in our community, which is something that I always say, if there is a way that other sheep have to be collected, they might need to visit a will and see why a will is not what's the problem. There's no problem in a will. Okay, we are very diverse, but we don't have these social issues. People fight is because that our leaders, particular chiefs, they have their own rules that we follow. You kill someone, that person had to be reported immediately. Now, to make an example, Chuck, soon my mother told me the guy was taken to the chief area. The little boys who were born in Khartoum, they were born in Khartoum, they grew up in Khartoum, and the environment they grew up was to revenge. Okay, they immediately collected themselves. They wanted to go to the chief area and fight that guy. Now, if I had to say, okay, that person killed my cousin, you go and kill that person, believe me, that person would have been killed. But when I was informed, I said, no, don't go and revenge. You know why? It's not because I was afraid. It was because that if they went to go and revenge, they could have killed 1, 2, 3. What do you think? The other people that their person killed, they would also revenge. And here it becomes what? A clan issue. So I took that pain inside and I swallowed it. Then I became a peacemaker. So at some of your chores, when you make them, even though it's your brother is killed, swallow it and then please be a peacemaker. That's my last point I'm going to say to that. Not only you, all of us. And this is the best way we can address the issues going on in our community. Hatred. I remember when people were killed in Abia. And this is where we have to be very, very sensitive. This is where we really need to go back to our tribes, our clans, and educate them. When people were killed in Abia, there were brothers who came out openly in social media that they were happy that Dinkas were killed in Abia. They were happy. Even they said that he would raise money to support Musiria to come and kill people in Abia. The question I asked myself was, let's say if one of his tribe was in Abia, would Musiria say this one is the Bari or a Nuer? Musiria would have killed him. Musiria would have not even a point saying that this is it. As long as they find that person in Abia, they would kill. So what actually makes you happy? To say that if these people are killed, it's okay. We need more even to be killed. What I'm trying to say is here, when you have shows, for example, I actually attended one of your shows. I understand your language a little bit anyway. Okay, and I wanted to join. But the reason I didn't go was because of the songs that you're playing and the congratulations that were coming from the comments. If I had to go and say, hey, enough is enough, guys, let's go for peace, I believe millions would have attacked me being Dinka. And to tune up that one, I stopped. I didn't actually go in because I knew it would be a big, big problem. Don't promote problem with the problem. That was the reason I associated myself. The second show that you showed yesterday, I was about to go in, but I asked you to send me the link, but you didn't send me the link. Maybe you didn't see it or not, but it was very interesting. Okay. So my point is, to conclude mine, because I have a phone call, my mother now, and of course I will come back later on. Okay. My point is, Max says that even people with degrees come back illiterate. I like that point. Okay. I like that point because people who are confusing all of these issues going on in South Sudan, most of them are graduates from our side of the country. Most of them. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Most of them, they are graduates from out the country. And what did they do with their degrees? Promoting what? Hatred. So I really love his point. So we need to go back to our community and educate our people. I'm here for education. I believe, yes, I agree with you. We cannot educate youth when we don't have peace. We really need peace, but I'm not going to do that because that's politics. And that politics will take us all the way. I know it was a thing that you mentioned about before, about leadership and not leadership, but I'm not going to go into that. But my point is, we need to preach peace, reconciliation. Whenever you are hosting show, please try to show something that can bring us together as one people. Other than that, I truly appreciate the chance that you gave me. I'm sorry for those who have been waiting. And if I said something that offends you, I'm sorry, forgive me for that matter. But again, we need each other. We need to promote peace and reconciliation, but it has to come from us, from grounds. Let's stop actually starting from the top, because the top are the big problem. They're not going to understand that. Let's start from ourselves. I thank the host, Mr. Peter. Thank you very much. I'm going to make a phone calls, and if I finish, I'll come back to watch. If anybody throw a question for me, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much, viewers, and thank you very much, the panels.
Thank you, Dr. Deng, and we'll see you back soon. Comrade Chinquas, I think you have a lot on your plate, either from your colleague here on the stage or from the audience. So welcome back again, and go ahead, take your chances.
Okay, Brother Kenny, thank you once again for the opportunity, but I might not take a lot of time on this because I believe the topic is not about me and anybody. It is about South Sudan, and let us not gear toward personality debates here. I will try to shy away from that because I don't want a point of content. In regard to to some of the statement by our fellow panelists, it is great to put in views. I understand that we, the people of South Sudan, we are sweet talkers, but we are not doers. You know, we talk and we sweet talk things, we sweet quote them, but when you are in the dark alone and you do your stuff, you know, they will hurt the others. But I am proud of myself and everything I do because I do them in the light of day, and I will never hide my actions and my advocacy. I will continue to do it in the light, in the bright light of the day, so that everybody will see and everybody will judge and everybody will compliment. And that is what gave my fellow brothers a chance to mention my name. And I will never shy away from that. I am a man of integrity, a person that always owns his own statements. I don't run away from my statement. I don't run away from my activities. That is why none of my activity has ever been deleted. When you compare me to a lot of people here, there are people who recorded videos and when later on realize that what they have been doing is wrong, they go and delete the video. Go back all the way to 2013, December, up to now, all my contents are still there. And I will always leave them there for reference. Because today, hearers, those who are hearing me today, might not understand my language and they might not be pleased with the truth and the lies I am advocating. But one day, the children of tomorrow will have something that they will reference. And that is my point that I will make in regard to answering anybody that have spoken. I will do and I will continue to do proudly the advocacy work because I believe South Sudan belongs to all of us. We cannot humiliate ourselves and we cannot pretend. And I am not a pretender. I will never pretend. The reason I say I will never pretend is because unless we discuss these issues in a broad daylight, we can never be able to bring peace in our country. We cannot kill each other under some people would say proxy, a proxy war. Some people would say you kill people under tribalism kind of an agenda. Some people would say you're killing people based on a hate. But I put it like this. Poor leadership kills people. That is why I always say we are not cursed as a people, but I believe we have had poor leadership for years. We have had poor leadership, and unless we have a good leadership, our country will never thrive among the countries or the nations of the world. So let us not shy away from pointing out what are the problems that are killing us, simply because if you point them out, someone will brand you as so-and-so. What I will say here, Brother Kenny, our problems as a nation are not personal problems. That is why I can never want to take on an individual as a personal debate between me and that person. I always respond as a nationalist, and I view my opinion as a nationalist. One day, one time, the future will be our judge. The history that we'll create will be our judge. In regard to, hold on, in regard to, sorry, hold on, let me pull up this one thing I've noted down. In regard to the point that was mentioned by my brother Max J. Max J is saying that, you know, he's against tribalism. We are all against tribalism, but we are failing in how we can bring an end to tribalism. I don't like tribalism. I don't like, you know, sectionalism. But we are failing to arrest these social ill. When we fail to arrest the social ill, then people will always speak against them. That is why we have advocates. And be mindful, those who advocate against these injustices and social ills, they always fall victims to those who are actually doing them. Those who are committing these injustices on innocent people and all this social ill, when you speak against them, you will be victimized and you will lose your life due to the fact that you are speaking against these behaviors. There are a lot of good examples in our country, in South Sudan. People that have lost lives simply by speaking against what is being orchestrated, whether it is by government or department of the government or personnel within the government or the system. When you speak against these things, you lose your life or you are threatened and you are chased away. I am not any different from those people. I remember the very first victim of speaking the truth against social ill and injustices was our fellow brother and a countryman, Abraham, from Bor, I believe. And there were other people that followed to be victimized throughout the years. I am not going to be different with them or to them, because I believe we must speak against all these social injustices and ill. If I've received informations that are going to kill our people or my people or the South Sudanese people, I cannot be silenced. I cannot be silenced because I am prepared to even lose my life in speaking the truth. And unless we have changed the way we have been hiding under the cocoons of our tribalism without mentioning out the truth or pointing out the truth, because you're fearing the reprisal from the government of the day, we cannot change. So my brother Max J, every time you watch my shows, or anybody that come to watch my shows, anything I only speak on current agendas that are fundamental to our national fabric. I don't just beat the drums. One issue that I was spoken against this week was the killing of Law. This is an issue that I cannot and will not apologize for, because it was unprovoked. It was very unjust in a time when we went to Juba to preach peace, and there were people that were heavily armed to come and kill people, and we would be silent to pretend that something is going right. We must point it out so that we change our behaviors. When you watch my shows, I've had critical shows in regard to what had happened in Pieri, in Law Nuer area. Not simply because I am from Law, but if you want to take it that way, that is okay. I am happy with it. But truth must be told, Brother Kenny, the killing of Law was unprovoked, unjust, and people must be held accountable. People must be held accountable. And so is other killings in Equatoria. And so is other killings in Lake States. People must be held to account for what they are doing on a daily basis while we are having peace. And I have said this in my statement. On one hand, we have a government that is telling us, here is peace. And then on the left hand, they are doing underground moves to sabotage the peace and kill innocent civilians. And that is what I have resolved in the killing in Pieri. Some of you would come here and argue, but that is absolutely okay. But my point here is this. There is no killing that is just. If my Dinka people are being killed in Lake State, that killing is unjust. If my Nuer people are being killed in Upper Nile State or Jonglei State, that is unjust. Equatorian are being killed, that is also unjust. And there cannot be justification in killing ourselves even when we are preaching peace. That is why I've said this, because I don't shy away from my statements. I've said this, I've said whatever took place in Pieri was a proxy war against the Nuer people. Why did I say this? I didn't say it because I am a tribalist, but I say it because I am a nationalist that want peace to thrive in our country. Dr. Riek Machar is in Juba preaching peace for us to have a peace in the country. Yet now we are having attacks in Jonglei State or in Upper Nile states. Is this the language of peace that took Riek Machar to Juba? Of course, no. And people will disagree, but that's absolutely fine. What I can tell us is that let us not hide in the corners of the darkness in silence without speaking about the injustices that are being advocated by the very people that we term as our leaders. I will always speak against anything that I purported or I perceive as something that is unjustified. And indeed, the killing of my people in Pieri is unjustified. And through the evidence that we have received, it is a proxy war on the Nuer people, which is very sad at a time when we are preaching for peace. It was just less than 2 weeks ago when I came to your show, Brother Kenny, and I was talking wholeheartedly about the re-access document. And I've said the only way to bring us peace in the country is to implement the re-access. There can be no minus or plus in the re-access if we want peace. Secure arrangement must be implemented if we want peace, so that these brutalities, these mischievous characters that are causing violence can be brought to an end. So, to my brother, Angok, it is true, I don't believe in curse. I don't believe in curse. I believe we are blessed people, but we just miss the opportunity to have the best leaders. That is my understanding. You can disagree, you can agree, that is absolutely fine. As much as I value any of your input, I believe we are not cursed as people of South Sudan. But we just have egos in us that stir up the sentiments of war, the sentiments of hate, the sentiments of everything that we know. But let us not, let us not vilify our God that we are cursed. We are not cursed. God bless us just like any other people on earth. But if we fail to harness the blessing and we fail to implement the blessing of God, then we cannot blame God. God said, I've given you life and life in full. It is up to you to do whatever it takes to use the life God has given unto you. God also say, or the scriptures say, you have to help God in safeguarding your life. You have to help God in protecting your life. If you take a knife and you want God to protect you and you want to stab yourself, God will never hold your hand back. You're going to kill yourself with a knife. If you don't think critically of what you do, you cannot say, because I kill myself, I've been cursed. No, it's your choice. God has given you full potential. God has given you life to live to the fullest. It's up to you to curse yourself or bless yourself with the life of God. To my brother Deng, I value respectfully your input. I cannot. Brother Deng, I think you're
Give me a second. I'm switching computer, so I'm sorry.
Oh.
Okay. I didn't put it. It's not mine.
I think it's a host day. Yeah. So with me, I believe.
Okay, that was I was switching computers. My late.
It's all right. It's okay.
Thank you.
In regard to Brother Deng, Dr. Deng, you have said that when there is hate among us, it qualified us to be cursed, put under the curse. When there are these disagreements and tribal hatred, it is qualified as curse. Internal conflicts are also qualified as curse. If we worship idols and all the other symbols or symbolic behaviors are also cursed. That's okay. That's absolutely fine. That's your statement, and I respect that. But I believe among all these things that you have mentioned, we are not cursed. We are still blessed people, and I will hold on to that hope that we are a blessed people. It is up to us to change our habit and our behaviors to actually live through the blessing of God that He has given unto us. You have said that you wanted to come to my show and you resented, or you didn't want to join because of a song that you heard being sung. I believe this should not be the point to discourage you. Songs are sung by musicians. I'm also a true believer that I cannot sing. Personally, I cannot sing. I don't have that blessing. I believe anybody that can craft a song and put it in a volume, like in a voice or in tune, I believe it is a blessing. You are blessed to have that quality, that blessing that would allow you to sing songs. I receive it as a blessing to those people because I cannot do that. All right? My tone of voice cannot resonate with the music. My tone of voice, I believe, is resonated with the speaking, as in public speaking. That is the tone of voice that I have. I don't have a musician tone of voice. Okay? I had a song back in the day. Okay? It was a Christian song. I took it to the church council to evaluate the song so that they can add it into the hymns. It was a great song according to what they say, but the tone of voice wasn't great. So, so they gave it, they helped me to actually come up with the tune of the song, and it ended up a good song. So I'm not blessed to be a musician, but I have my blessing somewhere. So thank you, brother. You should not avoid attending shows to give your opinion simply because of a song. Even in the Lake States, a couple of weeks ago when we were debating, there were good music that were sung. Although I'm not a fluent Dinka speaker, I can hear some of the words. But I can never stop talking to my people because of a song. I will continue to talk to you. I will continue to even go to Western Barghazal media and speak regardless of the song that they are putting in there. Because my statement might change that song. Thank you. Lastly, Brother Kenny, our country have had series, years of war and brutality. And this has actually helped us to hold on to our tribes more than the country itself. I cannot shy away from accepting these facts. We love our tribes more than the country itself. If you cannot agree with this statement, well, it is up to you. But I believe due to all the conflict that we have experienced, we tend to love our tribe more than the country itself. Go further down to our tribe, you will find within the Dinka community, I live here in Western Australia. I know exactly what I am talking about. And also, I'm just giving Dinka as an example. It also go to all the other tribes. Here in Western Australia, in Perth, we got Dinka community as the umbrella of the other clans under the Dinka. But you will find, and if you think I'm lying, there might be someone from WA that will come to attest to this. Dinka as a community is starving. There is no money in the Dinka account, in the Dinka community account. But if you go to Rumbek community, you go to Awil community, you will find there are thousands of money in the accounts. Okay? Why? Because people always shy away from building the bigger umbrella and then choose to build the minor or the minority umbrellas. And this is the nature that we have actually helped to grow among us. The same thing with Nuer community. You might find the Nuer community as an umbrella of the other clans under the Nuer might be starving, no funds, no money in the account. When you go to Low Nuer, you will find thousands of money. If you go to Jikoi Nuer, you will find money, and so forth. Why am I giving out this example? I'm giving out this example because we have lived under our tribes, and we tend to love our tribes more than the country. But now what can we do from here? The question you have asked is fundamental. One thing, we need to bring peace. And this is my message. One, we have to bring peace, because anything that we speak here is nothing unless we have peace. It is absolutely nothing unless we have peace. I can talk here promoting peace, but if you kill my people tomorrow, I will not talk peace. Truth must be told. Okay? So the first thing in our country is peace. When we have peace, we will have peace language. You will find people like Chankot advocating for peace through corners of South Sudan, throughout the corners of South Sudan. But if we have people that are being subdued and being killed on a daily basis, Chankot cannot be silent. I will speak about, against these brutalities. So my brothers, with respect to all your views, let us concentrate on the topic and generate your ideas based on the topic. Because I mentioned this clear, I will not shy away from advocating on what I believe is the truth, although you disagree. I don't know, it was Martin Luther King. He was being blamed and he was being smeared as someone who ran away from the ideals in which they were campaigning against. because of the other factions that were being run by Malcolm X and all the other anti-peace movement of Martin Luther King. He was questioned whether these are truth, and he said, you know what? I cannot be what people want. I will continue to spearhead the campaign of civil rights movement, which is advocating for all these things, but with no violence. That is what Martin Luther King said. Although 100% will disagree, and I will be left alone or with two, I will continue to believe in what I believe in, because I believe what I believe in is nothing but the truth. And here I will finish my statement by reiterating that call, that I believe South Sudan must be changed from its old ways through peace. If this peace in the reaccess cannot be brought to the people, we will not achieve peace. Our only hope for peace in South Sudan is this current reaccess. That is what I can tell us. If we need peace, please let us support the implementation of the reaccess in spirit and letter. To all my brothers, especially the young guys, I am not young and I'm not a youth anymore. I cannot even accept to be a youth leader. Why? Because I am 38 years of age. According to the international age limit, you must be 35 or below. Once you are above 35, you cannot, lead the youth. You have to go through other experiences. So I've led the youth during my youth years, and now it's my turn also to move ahead so that the other youth can follow thereafter. I feel sorry for the Red Armies because they still hold offices across the globe under the pretext of being youth leaders. Let us move away from this from this thing. If you are 30, 36 and above, just move away from the youth and help the youth to grow. You cannot be a youth leader when you are 45. Most of the Red Army, I'm not a Red Army, I'm the generation after the Red Army. My brother is 45 and he was one of the Red Armies. So he cannot qualify to lead me as a youth leader. So thank you so much, Brother Kenny. And lastly, Brother Boone, thank you so much for the statement that you have given unto us today. These are the statement that we cannot shy away from. But above all, for all those statements that you have given unto us, for them to have room, we need peace first. Without peace, we cannot discuss anything. We need peace. The way we speak now on this social media is because we have peace. In South Sudan, we cannot speak like this. Someone can come behind me and kill me in broad daylight. We do this because we have peace. So let us bring peace first in the country, and then we can educate ourselves and advocate on these agendas. So thank you so much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you, Brother Chinquat. Anyway, everyone, hold on to your sword. Let me give this chance to Akola Cage. He has been in and out. Akol, I am sure you have read the topic. You have made up your mind. And the question is, where do we go from here? Onto your sword. Akol, can you hear me? Akol? Akol, okay, can you hear me?
No, I think he cannot hear you.
Okay, I believe
hear you.
As in.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, just make sure.
What about his speakers? His headphone.
Take your headphone off. You don't need your headphone. You'll be fine.
I can't hear. I can't hear anything.
Take your headphone off. I hope you get
You
sight.
cannot hear anything, and I believe you cannot see anything.
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you.
Can you hear us? I am sure Carl have a bad connection. Let me write a message. Let me send him a private message here. Just a second. Okay. Okay. Relax. Sorry, guys. Excuse me. Anyway, Bunch. On the messenger as well. Bunch, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
All right. I want to appreciate us once again for this second chance. You know, I've been here waiting, and I've heard a lot from different speakers. And this is something that should again now start with me. I'm speaking to you, the audience. You know, always in every conversation, whenever people are discussing, it is not all that is aired out that's important.
Yeah.
Some of the things are not important, some of the things are important. But it is you as an individual to filter them. It is you to filter what is good and take it for yourself and leave what is not good for you. I believe in today's conversation, many people have mentioned a lot of important things. But our biggest weakness as South Sudanese, especially the young men, is whenever somebody speaks to us, whenever somebody tells us the reality, all that reality keeps on falling on the deaf ears. We do not take it into account. So let's always learn from one another. Let's always take things that are important and leave whatever that's not important instead of finger pointing on ourselves. Now, the reason why I have been so interested to speak for the second time is a question that was actually raised by one of the audience. I remember when I was speaking, I mentioned something. I said that our chiefs in the villages should acknowledge the fact that the cows that they are selling for guns can take their children to school. And then someone questioned me that, where is that one done? Where do people exchange cows for guns? Now, my brother, this is something I need to tell you. In South Sudan, in whichever corner you go to, there's no way you can pass without seeing a gun. And I'm talking of this in regard to my own community. I come from one of the most marginalized communities in South Sudan. We do not have even a single general in the government. We do not have even a minister. We do not even have a minister in the state level. But still, there are guns in my community. People have guns. Can I say that the guns are being supplied to them by the government officials? No. We don't have access to that government. It does not help my community, but my people have guns. Where are they getting those guns? I remember in 2018, Disarmament was done in my own community when people fought against themselves, people killed themselves. So the state government had to send soldiers to come and disarm them. When they were disarmed, a very good number of guns was collected, something to do with 200 plus. And at the end of the day, when those people were asked who's supplying them, it was realized that they are buying from other people. And those whom they're buying from are not even people who work in the government. So the blame of the government here and the blame of the leaders is having bought the gun from foreign nation and imported them to South Sudan. But whenever they are spread in the will of a person that needs to buy his own. So in order to prevent something, there are two ways. You either prevent something from the source, or you come and look. You actually also try to group the buyers. For instance, if I have a product and I'm selling it, if my product is seen dangerous, then the only thing that can be done here is either to stop it. It's either to stop me from manufacturing that product, or buyers are advised to stop buying my product. This is the way in which something can be stopped completely. That's the only way you can mitigate something. So in our current context, we cannot, of course, tell the government to stop importing guns because they may not listen to us. But we can tell our own brothers who are buying them that stop buying them. They are killing us. Some of us who are talking here, I'm still talking in regard to the comment. Some of us who are talking here, our members of our own families have been victims of this intercommunal violence. We are not just talking out of nothing. We are talking out of things that are affecting our own families. And when we mention these things, if it has not yet reached your corner, then you should appreciate the fact that there are people who have stood strong to speak against them before it even reaches you. So I cannot tell you exactly where those guns are sold, where guns are exchanged for cows, but I know it does happen, especially with those one in the villages, the cattle keepers. They do so. Now, to mention something else, you know, Brother Chunk was there. I want him to, I just need to tell him something. Brother Chunk was, and the rest of the broadcasters, those of Emmanuel Ajawin, the like of Edward, Lake State Media, there is that Sister Teresa, Dr. Ding, I always see him. Most of you guys are gifted with a very beautiful language in which you can speak and convince anybody. And whenever we come here and mention your names, we are mentioning your names because we believe that you guys are great figures to us. And you are those figures whom we believe that if you speak in preaching the message of unity and mitigation of hate speech or the so-called tribalism in South Sudan, many people can listen to you, because in almost all the shows you host as social media broadcasters, it is either you have 50 viewers and above. Those 50 viewers, if you go on preaching a message of unity to them and a message of believing themselves that they are South Sudanese, you can easily change them, because it is due to the love they have for you, and it is due to the trust they give you, that they always take their time to listen to your messages. So we believe that if those messages are converted to something else, they will change the nation. I'm not being specific because it's not all of you that that actually do that. There are those ones who are doing that. Brother Chankwas always watches his shows. He always talks about the current peace agreement and the document itself. That's what he always talks about. I've never heard him coming live and mention that Dinka has a tribe is what Nuer should be fighting. I've never heard Chankwas doing that. He always talks about that agreement in most of the shows that I watch. But there are some other members. There are some other members who have social media platforms that come in, they stream live, and whenever they happen to stream live, the message would be like, the land grabbers, why don't we chase them away from our lands? Let's collect money. This tribe has done this to us. Now, those people know themselves, and I'm quite sure they're not watching here. And at the end of the day, they will begin to tell us that they belong to certain political parties, and what they are presenting are the ideologies of their political parties. Now, if somebody out of those ones fail at the end of the day, they'll be like, I fail because the other tribe has a bigger population compared to us. But it is you that denied yourself people to support you. Because when you always go on speaking in the names of tribes, you will not have a supporter. Because I'm not a fool. I cannot support somebody who is preaching to go and displace my own people in my, whatever in the areas where they stay. I will not support you. I cannot support you when you always preach that what you need to do as a community is to fight against my community. If I support that, then I'm stupid. But if you come here and present your ideas in a political angle that does not touch the tribes, you'll always have supporters. Why am I saying this? Many South Sudanese have not realized where their problem is. It is not the entire community that grows rich on the same day. We cannot all be rich at the same time. Where I come from is a very poor background, but I believe that in future, someone within my community might be able to raise and gain better wealth that will help him as an individual. But I can't talk of the entire or whatever. I can't talk of the entire tribe where the president comes from, the entire tribe where the vice president comes from, that they are the one marginalizing. It is that leadership alone that should be questioned. And we should look at ourselves as people who are being oppressed. If we always need to raise campaign against the leadership, let's raise those campaigns in the context of oppressors being the one trying to dismantle our life, other than seeing it in the angle of tribe. Because if you see it in the angle of tribe, I am quite sure I will not support you. I will not support you. But if you tell me that, yeah, this person has oppressed the nation, you talk of all the poor people that do exist in South Sudan, I'll be able to support you. Because you care about lives. You don't care about where you come from. And that's the most important thing. Every human life is the same. We all breathe. We do all speak. So when people are talking, when people keep on mentioning your name as social media broadcasters, do not take it personal. People are doing that because they love you and they have given you some trust that once you continue preaching your message of peace, you'll be able to change a very huge population within the nation. Now, in my conclusion, now in regard to the topic of today, because I have been speaking out of the topic, I'm sorry for having done that. Now, in regard to the topic of today, you know, my dear brothers from South Sudan, let us begin to understand things from our own soul. There is no one of us who is not happy or being part of the world. And if you are happy because you are alive and you are part of the world, you've seen the world, you did not die when your mom when your mom was given birth to you, just like other ones that actually passed on during their birth. Appreciate God that you've been lucky to live. And the same appreciation that you give to God for having had your own life, give that respect to another person. We have killed ourselves for so many years. We've been killing ourselves for so many years. South Sudan has never had peace. There has never been a single year where we began in January the 1st to December the 31st without hearing that somebody has been killed. And if people keep on dying because they are being killed by others, then we cannot say that there is a year that South Sudan has ever had peace. We've never had peace. Since we were part of Sudan, this thing has been happening. We were given our own right to determine our own leadership. We continued failing it. So here is what we need to do. Let's stop seeing it in the other large image of the government as all. But let's begin to view it in the angle of the family levels. People are killing themselves within the families. Is that part of the government? Does the government tell them that you should kill your own brother? It is because we lack peace. And that's where I agree with Chankos here that there is need to prevail peace in the nation. So I am telling us, I'm telling ourselves that we should begin as young people to decampaign war within our own communities. And whenever we see a person who is preaching hate speech on social media, let's gather in a large number and attack that person. Let's tell him that what he's doing is not really good. If we begin to tell ourselves that things that we're doing are wrong, then this is where we will get peace. But when we look at other people and begin to appreciate them, those women who are always abusing themselves on social media in the names of tribes, including the men, people do host shows. Like people do gather in very large numbers, and they begin to talk about certain sections, not even tribes, sections within the same tribe, within the same sub-clans. They go to section and begin to talk about the section. These guys have done this, these guys have done this, these guys are stupid, things of that nature. If you begin to call other people stupid, simply because you have disagreement with them, then what do you expect them to do? If they retaliate in the same way, you'll be like, I'm being attacked. But it is you personally that fail to realize the fact that the other person is important just as you are. So the intercommunal conflict, most especially the one that is currently happening in the land of Law Nuer, is something that we all need to condemn. And anybody who condemns that should not be seen as a tribalist, because we don't have anybody who supports death. The right people that we should see as tribalists at this moment are those ones who appreciate, those ones who say congratulations to this section for having done this. Once a person does that, I'm telling you, the social media broadcasters help us to actually stream live on the topic of those people, and we actually talk about them, because what they are doing is actually very evil. You can't appreciate somebody for having killed another person. And the hatred that we talk about is now happening. People are writing on social media that let Dr. Riek die because it's simply tested positive of coronavirus. People are preaching false whatever information, fake news, Salva Kiir is tested positive. Salva Kiir has been flown to Egypt. Riek Machar has been flown to UK. When you look at that, when you look at people who are posting those things, the person who posts that, let Riek Machar die because he has been tested positive of coronavirus, you'll find that that person either come from Dinka or any other tribe. When you find those ones who are posting the same thing against the president, you realize that they either come from Nuer or any other tribe. Likewise to the rest, the like of Martin Elia Lomoro. People are doing the same thing. People are wishing them death. Their lives are in the hands of God, and it is God to decide when to take them. However much we do blame them of the destruction they have done in our country, we shouldn't be part of wishing them death. That's totally useless. I've seen recently on social media here a post whereby somebody was appreciating God that one of the generals from Yerul passed on. Just look at that. And all these things are happening because of the tribalism. So let's begin it. Let it begin with us as youth. Let us begin talking to people who belong to our own families. Let's begin to tell them that you can live without raiding cattle from Nuer. You can live without raiding cattle from Murle. You can live without raiding cattle from Bo. You can live without raiding cattle from any other section within Yerul. You can live without raising cattle from Rumbek. Because what God has given you is what belongs to you. And they are all looking after us, the ones that have gone to school. But the moment they happen to see that we are also preaching the same message, and then they would believe that that's where life is taking everyone. And the thing will just keep on increasing. I don't blame education. I don't blame lack of education, because people who have gone to school are as well doing the same thing. People who've gone to school are doing the same stuff. So the thing depends on one's heart. It depends on one's heart. Just as Champo said it, that let's call for peace in the country. Yes, let it begin with all of us. Let it begin with all of us. Let it begin with me. If I have friends from Nuer, let me look at them as my own brothers. If I have friends within Murle section who are currently in school, let me not take them that the current crisis that are going on in the village, he is also part of them. He is a victim of them. No, let me know that people who are killing themselves in the villages all belong to us. If we lose somebody from Murle today, let's know that he's also our brother. If somebody gets lost from Nuer, let's know that he's our brother. Within the other sections of Barghazal who are killing themselves and the rest of the parts in equatorial land, if somebody dies today, let's all mourn that person instead of congratulating people who have won victory, people who've killed others. And thank you.
Hello, Peter. I can hear you. I don't know.
Okay. Hang on for a second, gentlemen. Dala Jing, welcome to Lake State Media. I believe you have read the topic.
Yes,
And,
I hear the discussion.
Okay. And the question is, where do we go from here?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. First of all, I just wanted to greet our viewers, those who are watching on the line from Africa, Europe, and Western world. My name is Dalarjin, the leader of the UPSS, Union Party of South Sudan. Quickly, you know, where we go from here, you know, is that I have been actually showing the way how this, from now on, how this crisis is going and how it will end. It seemed that most of it I have discussed sometime
many people, they tend not to get that. And that is okay. What I wanted to let our people know is that, you know, the country is in tribal crisis. Okay. And where we are going from now is that this crisis, this tribal crisis, will be there for a long time. I wanted to let you know that. Okay. It's not going to end quickly, because the nature of the problem, so many people in the country, they are learning very slow. So the crisis is not actually understood, even though many people are talking about things that they are not related to the problem of South Sudan. You know, I have identified this long time ago, and I say the problem of South Sudan is not attached to any person or whether to anything. It is just a tribalism. And a tribalism in a nation, people don't understand this concept. A tribalism is a social problem, like coronavirus, like HIV/AIDS. So it's a huge social problem that affects people, and it can spread from people to people, from tribe to tribe. And that is what you are seeing right now. Any tribe in South Sudan that don't understand this will confuse and will end up fighting each other. Any tribe that don't understand it and is not prepared will suffer under this tribal crisis. So the government will become very weak, such that it will not be able even to enter or to intervene in between fighting tribes. And that is exactly what you can see right now. When Murle are fighting with the Nuer, government don't go there. So the reason the government doesn't go there is because the government is becoming weak. Should it go there, it will become a victim of this tribe. If it go maybe in between, the Murle, they will say that the government is siding with the Nuer, and the Nuer may say the government is siding with Murle. So the government will become weak in such a way that it doesn't have a value in between tribes. So they will end up, even soldiers that are from forces that are from the government will end up even join their tribal militia. And that is what is happening. You know, the issue of Murle now is going to get worse than whatever you can see. Okay, and soon it will spread. There will even be tribes within Upper Nile that will be fighting themselves. It might be maybe the Shuluk might be fighting the Denka. It's possible. It can happen in 6 months, in 1 year, because this is something that I have studied for a long time. It's soon I will be publishing a book called Tribalism. Is actually is finished. Okay, so what is happening is that the picture of South Sudan is a tribe that is fighting, and the deadly war is yet to be seen. As you can you can see the sign now. There are signs that show that this is a reality. And I proved the international community wrong about this, because, you know, their argument was that, oh, this is a civil war. Most of you here, even some of you have accepted it in their brain. They say, oh, this is a civil war. And that is what actually confused our country, because people, they just catch something, maybe even to deny the extent of the things that are going on. For instance, the killing of the Nuer in Juba has been denied, because when you talk of a civil war, then it means that there is no any there will be no any civilian kill on a tribal line. So you see, and that exists. There is a population of people who have been killed exists. So you see, the thing that are there actually, it's kind of like there is a huge confusion in the country, and that is why I'm telling you, people will come to what I'm saying later on, when they will see the reaction or the things that are actually happening. We have a war right now. It never in Tony, in Barakazal. There has never been any displacement of refugees because of a tribal fighting. But we can see maybe a couple of weeks, you can see there is a kind of a small displacement. And that one, I'm telling you, is just a sign. The worst is yet to come. You will see those tribes that are now, they are sitting in their villages and they have their cows still, they are enjoying the nature. As soon, most of them will be displaced and they will be living in UN camps. And I'm saying this under a intensive research that I did about the problem of South Sudan. So most of the people right now in tribe will be displaced, and the war will actually penetrate on tribe. So tribe will be fighting. The government in Juba will be very weak, and it will end up in Juba. Juba alone, government in Juba will actually, at the time when this tribe become intense, then the government in Juba will end up dividing into tribe. Everybody in the soldiers, they will go to their own tribe. And that will be the collapse of the what we call the SPLA, SPLM era. So lucky enough, you can see now there are so many fronts about this problem of, we have a coronavirus that is killing so many elders of the SPLM elders. And most of them are diagnosed positive in Juba right now. So my brother, those who are thinking that there is those news maybe is because we are wishing people dead. No, even people who are saying that wishing some of these people dead, it's not because they wish it. It might be because they were hurt. Maybe somebody has lost the whole family because in the hand of Salva Kiir and Riek Machar. And probably if they have coronavirus, that person that maybe their family is killed, they will like them to die. Not just because, it's because, you know, they feel bad. And that is what we need. You know, we need to share the kind of feeling, you know, because when Salva Kiir is in Juba right now, and compare him to maybe 20, 30,000 Nuer that he has killed in Juba. Who do you think that if he died today is only one person? Those 30 people, they will be dancing. So you guys, you have to learn about, maybe Riek Machar maybe has killed maybe some Denka Boer in 1991. It's still in the brain of those family. It is still in their heart. So that is why I'm saying, you know, tribalism is not a easy concept, okay? It is a concept that need people with capacity, people who have studied, people with the ideology to kind of get rid of it from a country. Our country, I say, the country right now, the way it is created from the beginning, it is based on tribe. And that is what the definition of tribalism is. When you create a country based on tribe, like if you create your own Payam, for instance, you are in US now, try to look at your Payam, your Buma, your county. You will find your country is just a sub-clan. That is what they are calling a country. And if you are in Western world, tell me you live in a county, you can tell me that country is composed of one tribe. Never. So in any country that is organized based on tribe, from Buma, from your Payam, from your country, from your state, basically that country is living in a tribalism system. And that is what our country is right now. For instance, you go to the state, call itself Warab state. Warab state, there is no any other tribe in that state. It is purely Denka Gogrial. And that is just for all the Payam, all the counties. You see, that is another. You go to, maybe I will come back to Lagos State, for example. In Lagos State, these are Denka, maybe Denka Urul, Sheikh, and other Denka group. So it's composed of Denka, which is a tribe, and they call it a state. Okay, go for instance, you go to Apanal, the Malakal, outside Malakal. You find there is a Shuluk kingdom, they call them, that they have a county composed of a tribe. Recently, we have a Murle claiming to be given a state. And the government of South Sudan agree, they give them their own state. Right now, they have a state of Pibor. That is a purely Murle tribe. So tell me, my brother, a country like that, if we define tribalism, a tribalism is a system where you organize your country in a tribal line, like the way South Sudan is organized. That is purely a tribal system. And for this, the way to actually to get rid of it is not easy. It's not going to be easy. So that's why I'm saying it's going to take a long time, unless right now, if our government can accept to allow the intellectual, the people who have mind, people who study it, and people who are willing to actually to get rid of it, then it might have, we might see positive. But with the system which is going on right now, and with the people are not informed, it's going to take a long time actually to get rid of it. I have outlined only 72 pages about only the solution to problem of South Sudan. Okay, and when I talk about it, a lot of people sometimes they get hungry. Like when I propose that, okay, I say Upper Nile is actually geographically, if you look at it, it is not good for human living there. Okay, if we have to create a country, that region can actually produce food, so it can be good for agriculture. If I were to establish a new South Sudan, I will get rid of all those people who are in Upper Nile and migrate them to those hills, those mountains of Equatoria. Okay, they can go to Lanya, Numili, those side of Turid, and then you can build big cities. Okay, move the Denka, those who are in Sahara, like those of Awil, move them to this and make agriculture. Okay, for those areas, you make food. So when you move people to an area that will not be flooded during like when we have a rainy season, then those people actually they can move and build and settle permanently in those places, because there will be no flood, and then you can make food for them, so that you don't have a lack of food in the country, and you can even sell it. So there are a lot of things. I also suggested that, and then I suggested another model to mix the administration. And this is something simple that you guys, you are in media, is something that you can campaign for. Like instead of just advocating for Riek Machar and Salva Kiir to go and share oil money, you can advocate for them actually to look at, to mix, to integrate the government. And what I mean is that, like the Jermaine Shamkwat, you take him to, for example, to Awil, to be a governor in Awil. That is the example of integration I'm talking about. So when he is in Awil, government will protect him, and he will be a Nuer in that area. Maybe we take you to go to maybe to Torid. We take Peter to Torid. He's a Denka, and then he will be in a land of Latuko, so and Taposa. So these are the things that I have proposed a long time ago, and something that even you can push the government. I don't have to be in Juba, but you can, the youth or the people of South Sudan who are concerned, you can push the government to do this. Is simple. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, they can do it. Okay, but because you are supporting uncle politics, you need your uncle, so that tomorrow they give you back whatever they loot from South Sudan. They give it to you. You educate yourself in the West. You go anywhere. Go in luxury life. Buy a car. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help South Sudan. So the tribalism will continue, and they're not going to solve anything. So my brothers, what I'm telling you right now, for your question where we are going this, I have to actually to tell the people of South Sudan the truth. Okay, this tribal crisis, the tribal war will continue, will be there for a long time. Okay, unless we listen to what people are actually saying, or maybe identify the problem. So at least I have overall identified the problem. What we just need is to look at it and sit down as intellectual, as a people who can solve. Otherwise, because of tribal fighting, more displacement is going to happen in South Sudan. And this is what I can say. There will be more displacement and more UN camp, and even more worse than this, more killing. Leave about this corona. The corona is even another small thing. Okay, the fighting itself is going to be huge. As you can see, you know, the what we call a security arrangement right now. Nobody even people like Chamko, they are not talking about security arrangement right now. So the only thing they can say is that let the peace be implemented, but implemented with what? There are 6,000 from troop from SPLAIO. They are not integrated. Okay, so 12,000 security arrangement is not working anymore right now. So there is a lot of things going on. This is showing that the government, what we call a government in Juba, is actually almost collapsed. It will collapse just very soon, and tribal fighting is likely actually to increase across the country. This is what I will say, and thank you, Peter, for actually just giving me this so that I can just make our people aware about this. The other thing I wanted to inform is that the book Tribalism is going to be published soon, and when it's out, then I will share it with you here. So thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you, Brother Largen. The book will be interesting, and I believe this is what you should know. Even if you had a book, there is nothing is going to change who we are, our tribe, because we were created as a tribal nation, and we will live with it regardless of what. But anyway, wish you the best luck, and I'm looking forward to your book to see how you're going to do that.
Thank you. You have a good one.
You too. Brother Mabie, hold on one second. Then go ahead, and I'm going to take a break. Brother Madid will take it from here. He came and left. Mabie, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter Ken. I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Peter Ken, for inviting me to the Lake State Media. Thank you, all the audience and the presenters on Lake State Media. First, I will pay my respect to the elders of our country, past and present, those who have liberated the country. I have acknowledged them. I will also pay my condolences to the people of North, and also I pay my condolences to our elders who have died recently in South Sudan, either through COVID-19 or other diseases. I pay my condolences to them. Based on the topic today, this is a very hot topic, and this required all of our ideas. Need to put our hand together and think together on what we can do. South Sudan currently is in mess. Our economic is collapsed. We have social crisis, and we have health crisis as well. What we need to do is to be optimistic and pray for peace, such that peace would come to our country. Our country has been in war since independence, and the very reasons why we were fighting as a country are still the same reasons why we are fighting today. We were fighting for marginalizations. We were fighting for oppressions, so that we can be free. and be in a free country in which all of us could enjoy the freedom of a free land. In order for me not to go further, we all campaign for peace in South Sudan, but still we have the complexity of our government, the complexity of human nature, and also the tribal mindset. These are challenges that are facing us currently. But the question is, how can we come together as a country such that we cannot have that mindset anymore? Look, one of the problems that is facing us is poverty. And poverty is very much related to violence as well. The intercommunal activities that are happening around is because of poverty. They don't invest in agriculture activities. They don't actually invest in other means of living such that they can sustain their own life. They have locked their minds into investing in cattle keepings. And this is the very reasons why tribes in Jonglei states have been raiding each other for years, even before the independence. And this has been a culture, especially to few tribes within Jonglei states. The culture of adoption, which is adopting children and adopt them. This is a crime internationally and should not be condemned. The culture of raiding as well, it should not be condemned. And these things require the government. This required the government to establish a strong relationship with their own communities. Look, in 2010, a peace conference was conducted. And that peace was conducted such that there could be a disarming in Jonglei state. They said, no, we cannot be disarmed simply because the government will not protect us. And that was conducted in Juba in Liberty Hotel in 2010. If they are disarmed, the government would fail not to protect them. Recently in Lao Nuer area, I failed to understand how the modern weapons got into the hands of civilians. I have seen a Galil, that is an Israel weapons. When I went to Juba, I saw it in the hands of a security personnel in Juba. But I'm not really too sure whether this is a propaganda, because the Lao Nuer are neighbors to us. And we don't actually appreciate that as people from Duk, because we have the same atrocities. In 2012, the Murles has killed over 100 people. It happened in 2012 in Dukpadiet. And then again, 3 years ago, 54 children were abducted in Dukpayuel. And up to now, we don't know where those children are. And nothing has been addressed since then. The mothers and the fathers of those children, they're still looking for their children right now. They don't know where they are. and nothing has been addressed. And when we talk of peace, peace cannot be, the consensus cannot only come in Juba. It has to be started from the grassroots. It has to be started somewhere where we think the consensus would be built. At the same time, the politicians in Juba are not engaged with their youth in their respective constituency. Also, we have the youth leadership, which is the national youth leadership in Juba. Gola Boya is from Murle tribes. In South Sudan, we have the largest population of youth compared to elders. And the government is not investing in them. This is the right time for the government to invest in youth. The government have to have some programs to set up so that they can conduct workshops across the country from one tribe to another tribe and tell the youth the consequences of going to war and raiding another tribe. Telling the youth the consequences of having, getting the children of another person from a different part of the country. The apex. This is again the ethics of anybody around the world. To abduct children by force, it is completely wrong. With the South Sudanese, the mentality of tribalism must be equated with the ethics, because we must have some boundaries of how we play our politics, and also the humanity we play as well. These are two different things. Our political culture is leaning toward tribes, but it will not help. It will take a while for us to get oriented in the political culture. So we mix ideology with politics, but at the same time, it doesn't work well. And also mixing party affiliations with a tribal culture, it will not help either. Majority of youth in South Sudan, they need to be oriented politically. They need to be oriented to invest in their own life. South Sudan would have been a very productive country, but we have been taken back by wars and rebellions. And this is the time for us to fix it now. Majority of the youth need to be oriented on agri-business investment, especially in Jonglei areas. But at this particular time now, the whole country is in mess. The dynamic culture of our politicians is very conflict. The fundamental problems that were supposed to be handled few years behind are still lingering in the mind of the majority, and they have not been fixed. In Jonglei, I do believe there's a kind of a proxy war, but the truth will come out later on. Because when one community is being attacked in Jonglei, it affects the neighbors community. When one community is affected in Barakazal regions, it affects the other neighbors' community. The same thing to Equatoria. So the state of stability is in mess. The government is not only in Juba, the government is everywhere. Whether you are in the Far East or in the Far West or in the Far North, it's the same government. And the productivity of the population, if they are being neglected for years, then that will reduce the populations and the people will migrate to other countries of the world. And there are enough evidence to support this. If we see the population in Uganda and the population in Kenya, you can see the influx of immigration from South Sudan to the neighboring countries is more than imagination. We have 2.5 million people outside of the country, and South Sudan is only 12 million. And the very people who are now living in the country are dying because of tribal conflicts. And war-related diseases. We don't have clean water. We don't have established infrastructure. And if we could be able to establish a good security within South Sudan, it will be a benefit for the largest population in South Sudan. If politicians are engaging in proxy war, thinking that this will save them politically, it will not help. So the three wings of the government
Thank you, brother.
are not function
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
currently.
Yep.
There's a headlock, especially in forming the government. And the civilians are taking advantage of that situation, knowing that there's no government in the place. We don't have the community police to engage the public on their own crimes in their area.
Thank you. Thank you, brother Dington.
So I think I will stop
That's,
there
really,
because it seems, I don't know whether you are listening to me or not.
So yeah, we are listening to you. So thank you. Can you hear me, Dington? Okay. Dr. Dending and brother Champat, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We do.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you, brother Denton, for your input. This is really good. So I just came in. I don't know whose turn is it. Probably I will give this chance to brother Chongpat.
Give it to
so
Dr. Deng.
we have
Yeah, I spoken earlier. I think Dr. Deng can.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, okay, it's all right. It's all right. I have spoken earlier. So go ahead, brother Deng.
Okay, go ahead, brother Deng. Yeah, go ahead, brother Dr. Deng.
I'm just mind.
And my apology for that.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so we have my brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Once again, I would just want to say thank you, the host. Thank you, Comrade Chankwath and his brother Deng Mabil. You have actually stated most of productive ideas and information, and of course, these are the things that have been affecting our community. But I'll just go straight to make some points from the previous speakers. I know Dual Ladjon, he went anyway. He made his point, but he went. I think his idea of moving people from place to place is actually a very, very dangerous war. so which is okay. I mean, he's entitled to his idea, but that's a very, very dangerous war. So that is okay if he thinks that way anyway. Should he become president, let him try, but he will come out like that. Okay, that's okay. Now the mixing of governors, yes, of course. If there is a government that you can mix the governors, I don't know how. Also, very complicated. Let's say if the war break out in the community, in the state, with such kind of a hatred of a community, and it happens that I'm a Dinka in Unity State, and then the war broke out now, should I be alive really in Unity State if I'm mixing like that one? I don't think so. So the mix of governors in this case, I don't know why you brought it up, but anyway, is his own idea. Now, I'm going to make a comments, 3 things as conclusion. 1, if the government is really up to protecting the lives of the people in South Sudan, and when I mean the government, when I say the government, I mean it's not just the federal government, at any government level, whether it's a Buma level or county level or anywhere in South Sudan. If the government representatives are willing to solve the problems in South Sudan, first, I believe they give powers to chiefs first of each village. That's power, because now chiefs are not powerful. They're less powerful now in every community, because whenever they talk, people get a gun and shoot them. Okay? So they're not protected. And I believe that when there was a conference about what they call national dialogue, something like that, the chiefs spoke out. The chiefs spoke out that don't blame us. All these problems going on come from Juba. They blame the government. They blame politicians. So the government need maybe to give chance or power back to the chiefs and see if that would work. And then the second recommendation, which is my first I mentioned before, the government needs to bring out education to the village and educate them. But before even they learn education itself as a learning process, they have to be given reconciliation, because now there are wounds among youth. So that needs to be implemented. Now, my last comment will go to youth. And of course, I'm not 45 years yet, so I'm still youth. So even though there's no youth limit age anyway, that's specific anyway. But I still believe I'm youth. Okay. So now, and if I'm not youth anyway, so my brother mentioned before that we are afternoon, middle age. So I will take that responsibility to be afternoon middle age. Okay. And to do that, I would strongly suggest to my brother Chankwat, make yourself Nelson Mandela. And Nelson Mandela, when he got out of the prison, there were people around him said, okay, now we got power. We need to drive out the whites, let them go back to where they come from. This is what Nelson Mandela said. He said, if we do that, we create more war than we should live peacefully. Okay, so what I'm saying is, now on the social media, I have never seen a Malay guy or lady talking about what's going on. And I understand that most of them didn't come outside. I understand most of them are not that educated. Okay, but I challenge you as a future leader, from your point of view, from my point of view, I see how you talk. I challenge you also to advocate not just only on the issues that are going on in nowhere, but also the issues that are going on in Malay, in order to bring harmony, between the two youth. Then the last recommendation will go to any community leader. And I'm going to correct one point from my brother Ladjur also. He said, a will. First of all, a will is not Dinka area people. I think he didn't do research properly. A Dinka is the second, a will is the second largest diverse state in South Sudan after Juba. There's no other. Okay, when they say that, we have Murle, we have Luo, which we call Jursho. Okay, those are actually the origin of a will. It comes in sense of history. They are there. If you go to Wool West and Wool South, these two counties population are inhabited by Luo. So Awul is not just Dinka. At the same time, there were Arabs who have never moved out of the country. Since then, they became a part of us. So we are diverse. But here is my suggestion. Ask yourself this question. Why we don't have problems in Awul? And I'm going to share some points because we need to find a solution here. The reason we don't have problems in Awul is because that the power we have in Awul is in the hand of the chiefs. And I gave you an example earlier. Whenever somebody has done a mistake, chief has power. Chief has power to bring that problem to bring solution to the problem. Okay, so they don't wait for the government. That's one thing. Number two, we don't have youth that have guns in their hands. We don't have youth that have guns in their hand, or even the cattle keepers. If you go now to Awul, you will not see any gun. You will not see any gun in the area of the cattle, completely. Maybe if you see the gun, that is an army, but you don't see any gun. So people need also to take away the ideology that if you have cows, then you have to have guns to protect them. To protect them from who? If they are thieves, you cannot even protect thieves from. I mean, even if you have a gun, you cannot protect them. You still have thieves, so you steal them. Okay, and that is what my brother mentioned earlier. So if other communities see that you have guns, then they are going to get guns too as well. Okay, for example, a couple of years ago, I believe that the SPLA, which is now the SSDF app, went to Warab and they took all the guns from most of the youth. Okay, well, did they go to Unity State and take out the guns? No. What happened? 2 days after the guns were collected, what happened? Then the youth from Unity State came and attacked the youth in Warab. You see that? So that's going to be a big problem. So the government need to come in here and go to community and say, listen, as a chief, all the youth that have guns must be collected. The guns must be collected from all youth. That is step number one the government needs to do. Now, and if they collected all guns, then let's say in case of Lone youth, I mean, then we just talk about area, not youth. Let's in case of Lone area and Murley that comes and attack people, they should have to put security at those kinds of border. Let's say the police or the army, okay, to patrol that area instead of youth having their own guns. And when they decided to attack, they attack. So I believe that if the government does that at any level, whether it's state government or federal government, I believe if all the states in South Sudan become like Northern Barra Gadar, you will see that the problems will be reduced. Otherwise, if we give chance to youth to have guns, you're not going to solve problem, no matter what we're doing. So I recommend that. If should we forward it to anywhere, I don't know, the host, if you collect these ideas and put them together. So I believe that let's give chance to that. Otherwise, again, I would appreciate for time being. However, my point I mentioned before about the song, I was not running away from good song.
So we are running out of.
Okay.
So
I was
we are
running
running
away
out
from
of
good
time.
song. If the song was about advocating on war, not only on your show and way, but brother Shankwat, I didn't mean only yours. Even sometimes I do it here. When it is advocating on war, no, I can't go into that. So if I listen to a song that is promoting war and conflict, I'm sorry, I can't. That's my principle. I can't go into that. But if it is a song about love, about culture, why would I run away from that? So I would run away from that. So, okay. But for the host, thank you very much, Mr. Madid. Thank you very much, Brother Chankwat. And for, I know his time. So I really appreciate your time. And the viewers, thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Ding Ding. So we ran out of time, 7 minutes, and I think we are coming to a closing. So, and I see that people are joining, and we run out. Time is running out. So, brother Chongkot, so I want to put your last remark as I come late, and I will not put in more because we arrange this show so that we can talk about the issues our people are facing in South Sudan, mostly in tribal-based life. So I'll use this chance to go ahead and do your last remark.
Thank you so much, Brother Madid. I will just rush through what I am about to say. First of all, thank you, Dr. Deng. It's always a pleasure coming here to, to share ideas. That is a fundamental of any brotherhood or a nationhood. We must continue to dialogue and talk. Although we disagree, one day we will agree. Brother Madid, thank you so much for actually inviting me today once again. It's always a pleasure, as I've started my presentation earlier. Let me go straight because I can see we are only left about 4 minutes. The fact that we are tribally, located in the country, I don't believe as it is a problem. I believe the fact that we have tribes in the country, it's a good thing. All we need to do is to make sure we peacefully coexist. Second, we have to make sure we have a government that is providing all the services equitably to every citizen of the country or every tribe and corners of the country. Once we have those and we have peace, South Sudanese people, they're the most loving people, I believe. The only problem is when there is insecurity, when there is injustices being committed, of course, people will not be settled. When we don't have all the amenities, availed to the people, people cannot have a peaceful life. If I deny you food today, you will always go and kill somebody to get food and eat. These are realities of the day. So that is not the problem, according to me. The main problem is a foundation. I always believe that we do not have a concrete foundation that has been built to withstand the test of times in the country. We need a foundation in our country, a foundation that can be built to incorporate all of our ideas, a foundation that can tolerate our personalities. When we do not have a foundation and everyone believes in what they believe and they will be supported or not supported, then the country always fall apart. So our tribes are not the problem. I believe the system and the lack of foundation in the country is a problem. When there is a government always enforce, whether you like it or not, the government always enforce law that will make it hard for one tribe to hurt the other tribe. That is an experience that we have seen in all the other comfortable countries that we have visited. So our tribes is not the problem. Advocating for integrated governance, it's not a big problem. As Brother Dwalarjina mentioned, that's not a problem. It can be debated when we have a government, but first we have to bring peace. Without peace, everything that we are discussing here will go on empty ears. There is no place for them. One thing I have to say, Brother Deng Mabi mentioned a point that I want to highlight. He have said that he was wondering. No, he said disarmament was done to the low area or to the low people in 2009, and then he was wondering how did they end up with guns again. First, let me say the gun that he has mentioned, that he has seen, those were the guns that were captured last Saturday from the Murle attack. We have captured numerous weapons that are very brand new, and they are there. Those are the guns that you have seen on the media. Those guns, some of them come through Egypt because there are marking on them. Some of them come from Israel. They have been verified. So if he was wondering how did that gun end up in Low Nuer area, they were captured. Second, in 2009, it is true, Low Nuer were disarmed. Okay? If you remember, John Kung, as a governor at the time, he went to Low Nuer area and he disarmed them. Low Nuer complained, but no one listened to their complaints. He continued to disarm them. And there was even a brutal killing by the government soldiers that went to disarm the Low. They killed a lot of Low people. The disarmament was conducted, it was done. And then in the end, within 2 months period of the disarmament, Low were attacked by the Murle. You see, Low were attacked by the Murle. And this brought yet an outcry from the Low that why were we disarmed and the communities around us were not disarmed. Now we have been killed in numbers. Okay, so now if you question how the Low end up with guns again, you would have to ask the motive why the Low were disarmed first, and then the rest of the communities around them were never disarmed, and it resulted to another brutal killing. I think the way forward, guys, is not to come here tit for tat. The way forward is to implement the reaccess, have peace in the country. All these problems can be arrested and be brought to an end. That is the only way forward. Without peace, everything that we speak here cannot be implemented. Thank you, brother Dr. Deng, for highlighting ways forward. I cannot disagree. It is true there are countries that are ruled by chiefs and they have peace. A country like Botswana, where the village chiefs are recognized in the law. They are even given, like a palace, like presidential suites to live in. They are well regarded and well respected. And the law in that country is one of the peaceful countries in Africa. Botswana. Okay? It cannot be wrong if we recognize our chiefs and our village elders in our constitution. Maybe this can give us peace and harmony, okay, while also having the protocol observed in terms of how we rule ourselves under the presidency. So I agree with that. We should also, as you have said, we can roll out the education. But how can we roll out the education when our citizens have run away from the country? It's impossible. If you go to Jonglei State, we don't have schools. Go to Greater Equatoria now, people have fled the land. And I believe it's the same in Greater Baragazal, not to even mention Unity State and Upper Nile. So I think the fundamental tool that we need more than ever is to implement the reaccess. And I wish that we can all put our energies on implementation of the reaccess. As I always say, I believe in the reaccess there are negatives and positives. We have lost areas we should not in terms of geographical areas in the document. We have lost areas that we would have fought for hardly to have. Okay, and the government also did. That is the nature of any negotiation. There is loss and win, loss and win. This should not be an occasion to bring it as a grievance, because peace has already been signed. Whether we like it or not, it has already been signed and it should be implemented the way it was signed. So anyone that is failing now to honor the signature in implementing this peace, I believe this should be the person that the South Sudanese people can blame and pressure to implement the peace agreement. I love this peace agreement, not because we have lost immensely in it, but because it can give a sense of hope back to our people. We should be ashamed that through you go to Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, DRC, Sudan, all these countries, they have been, overwhelmed with people from our country. Refugees have fled to those countries in numbers. Go to the IDP camps. We have thousands, if not millions. We should be ashamed. Rather than exalting ourselves, we should be ashamed that we have in our country refugees camps within our own country. And these people in these refugees camps are not foreigners. They are our sons and daughters. See, these are things that we should advocate heavily on. Okay? If we want peace, peace cannot come without hard work. Riek Machar, I always say this. The fact that Riek Machar went to Juba is not to pat Salva Kiir on the back and say, Bandit, you have done great. It is to make sure that they pressure themselves to implement the peace agreement. The fact that now people are using Dr. Riek Machar availability in Juba as a mean to destabilize other areas and abrogate the peace agreement. This should not be the case. This should not be the case. The case should be we must honor and respect Dr. Riek Machar's commitment to the peace agreement. My brothers, I am from Aspialemayo. And when I speak with you, I speak from the bottom of my heart with honesty. We didn't want Riek Machar to go to Juba without his soldiers. If it is not only the love for his country.
Chinquot, just a heads up, we have passed more than 4 and 6 minutes. If the camera went off,
if we want peace, peace cannot come without hard work.
Just Brother Luke, I am sorry, I don't know what to do.
I believe it will not cut off until when you cut it, but just give us your time, whatever time you want to cut it off. Maybe I can allow you to go for another 20, 15 minutes, but let me just take 1 minute to cut it off. What I would say is that the fact that Dr. Riek Machar went to Juba, we should use it to galvanize the peace agreement, to make it viable to everyone, so that the ideas of our brother here, Dr. Deng, can find its space. If we don't implement the peace agreement, we will never have peace in the country. And all these ideas will go begging. That is all I can say. So lastly, thank you for inviting me once again. I always cherish this opportunity to come here and share the platform with you guys. So thank you so much, Dr. Ding. Thank you, Madid. Thank you, Peter Kenny, and Brother Luke. Thank you. May God bless us all.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Luke. Thank you, Brother.
Yes. I can hear you guys. I don't know.
Okay,
you guys should have anything to say because I know the show is already, the session is over. So I don't know whether you are coming back or you just want to call it a day.
We have to call it a day. We are working actually at 7 in the I'm going at 5 in the morning, so I have less than 3 hours to go.
Okay, so you want me to make a very brief statement, right?
You can listen to it.
Go ahead, Luke. If you called out, just
we will give you a 5 minute.
I believe if I have 5 minutes, that will be enough too. So let me go ahead.
Try 2 minutes, at least if you can. Go ahead.
Okay.
But the only caution is let him not take us back to the debate. That's all.
You are lucky, Chankwa, that I was not here because I was actually here to respond to all your politicized attack. You know.
No, what I'm saying.
You have started the debate actually. 2 minutes is
I'm
finished.
not saying we have ended, but I'm happy to hear from you.
It's okay. Basically, let me just react like this. I just want to take this opportunity today to actually express my personal condolences to the Lao Nue community in Jonglei State for the tragedy they went through this week. As well, I want to extend my personal condolences too to the community of Apugin Grithi for the tragic they went through as well. So anybody that have lost loved one through this sectarian or tribal conflict across the country, they should receive my heartfelt condolences. That's what I want to say. You know, and coming to the blaming of the government, I believe it is not only it's not only confined to Jonglei State in particular, like Chenquas used to propagate it on his show. You should make this very clear. You should understand it, that government should not be blamed on this, because this is happening all over the country, and government is never intervening in any of this sectarian or tribal conflict. It is happening in Lagos State, it is happening in Tony, it is happening in Gorial, it is happening in Twin it is happening in Ruweng, it is happening in Jonglei State, it is happening elsewhere, somewhere, maybe in Equatoria or somewhere in Northern Bargazal. You know,
that is why,
and government,
that our problem is the government. That's what we say. We say that the fact that our communities are in this chaos, it is because we do not have a foundation that has been set.
Yes, that means we all agree. We all agree that government lack of intervention in all these sectarian and tribal affairs is our collective, concern against the government. But the fact that the way it is being politicized is not fair. So basically, I just want to make it cut it short because we don't have time. But Chenquas, you've been talking on your show about the 47 people that have been held captive under the leadership of the Law Nwe Youth, or how you call it, Law Nwe White Army. Did you verify this? Did you verify? I mean, did you present a physical evidence so that we can actually be trustful of what you are actually propagating on social media pertaining to these prisoners of war?
The list was sent out, so you should have seen the list on the media.
No, but how can we believe the list when in fact you should be able to present a recorded video about this individual so that we can actually verify them physically?
Well, thank you.
To witness them confessing for themselves so that we can actually understand that there is a proxy war involved. So where is the evidence here?
Brother, look, that's why I say don't come and take us back to the debate. The notion of proxy war, there are a lot of evidence. You don't need a video. So just move ahead, please.
Okay. Anyway, that is one way of hiding the evidence then, because we just want the world to believe it, what you are saying. Otherwise, we would regard that as a propaganda. And that is not going to be something that we can take into accountability as a fact. We would consider that a propaganda warfare, is it?
I thought as a citizen, or actually a concerned citizen, you should have analyzed the speech of Yao Yao and Accord Lowell before you come to talk like this. You should have analyzed it on a live video show, but you did not.
So you are actually using hypothetical evidence of the speech presented by Yao Yao or by Accord Lowell as the evidence to actually implicate the involvement of the government in this, in what you alleged as a proxy war.
Together with all the mischievous characters, you are not a concerned citizen.
No, I'm a concerned citizen. And this is why I don't want to be a part of the propaganda that is not verified. For me to join, the bandwagon with you, Chenquas, you have to make sure you verify that. Otherwise, we cannot take that into accountability. We cannot take into account.
No,
because we have to verify it.
Let me mute myself.
Anyway, let's put this for the weekend, okay? I didn't want to go that way. My question was, all this intercommunal fighting and stuff. So what is the solution? Who actually has a responsibility? And what
here is the solution. Here is the solution. Basically, I'm not Peter Ken. I'm not supporting the killing of civilians. The killing of civilian in Law Nwe, I condemn it. The killing of civilian in Dinka of Jonglei area, I condemn it. The killing of innocent Murle people, we all condemn it. And that's why we call for a government intervention. But I will not tolerate any politicization or any kind of propaganda warfare without the proof or verification. We cannot tolerate that. So the fact that the like of Chenquas are actually trying to politicize it and try to blame the government for having involved in it with a proxy war is not something we can verify. So for us, as a concerned citizen, to be a part of those who are actually blaming the government on that, we should actually have to, we have a right to have access to verify information. That way we can condemn the government. I'm not afraid to condemn the government. And I condemn the government for failing to intervene. You know, when Lao Nue occupy Murule land, we condemn and we call for the intervention of the government. When Murule went and attacked Murule Lao Nue area or Dinka area, we call for government intervention. We call for government intervention too when Bul Nue went and attacked Afuk.
Look,
we want the intervention of government everywhere.
Look, I understand where you want to go, and I understand where you're coming from. It is too late for that discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Want to talk about it? We can put it for over weekend. All that I want to know, what was our responsibility as a citizen of South Sudan, regardless whether we are outside the United States, whether we are social media advocate, or whether we are the youth, or whether we are the leaders of our generation. It seems like, you know, there is a problem. And I know that was the part of the topic when I said, with all this propaganda and the war, but because of the time, that part could not fit in. It should be a topic of different day. It is up to, we can call Chankwas anytime when we want, because he's an official and he's representing IO overseas. So when there are questions that arise, said that question, where are the verification? It should be a topic of next day. We don't want to this for another overstay and back and forth, this and that. So let's put it aside. Chankwas, I know you wanna come back so bad for Luke.
And anyway, thank you, Chankwas. I respect you. I respect you so much. You are a very honest man, and I understand that. But let us not, when I question you, never politicize that. You gotta make sure you understand that. And we are coming for that. So be prepared, and you will not run away with this propaganda warfare.
What I was going to say, Brother Peter.
Yeah. Otherwise, I stand with you in solidarity as the people of Lao Nue. I understand that.
I think you have learned the ignorance of Brother Emmanuel Ajawin. That is what you have adopted.
No.
Yeah, you need to listen sometime. Brother, can you? What I was going to say.
Hold on, Luke. Hold on 1 second, Luke.
What I was going to say is that the evidence are there. There are a lot of evidence that would tell this mischievous character what was happening.
Even the verification of the weapon being captured is not even clear as well. We have seen the video of Murule when they mobilize in their area. They're carrying a normal gun they used to carry, like the gyms or something like that. I don't know where you're getting all this. You have seen posting fake pictures from different areas being used to propagate. These are the Lao Nue people here.
The more you talk, it doesn't give you any credentials.
Go ahead.
You are just floating in the air. There's no volume in what you are saying, because no one is listening to you. Because when you refuse to listen, we will also refuse to listen.
Go ahead, Jim.
We don't have time anyway. Let's wait for the next day. Yeah.
Is that in this war that had happened on Saturday, there are a lot of people that were killed. Okay? Not only from the Lao, even from the Murule. Remember, the land that they fought in is a Lao territory. Of course, if they were defeated, they would not have carried the guns. They would not have carried back the bodies of the people that were killed. Now, what do you do when people are killed? Do you identify them or you don't identify them? Of course, you check. Even the clothing, you check for other materials, other items. There are full identification on the bodies left on the ground. Does even Billy Luke, do you know even a lieutenant general was killed?
You have to present that proof.
Listen.
Even you are claiming that it is number 2 of Yao Yao, the second in command, right? But people are disputing it. They say this guy is alive and he's somewhere in Juba.
Oh my
Now,
goodness.
which one is which? That's what we need to verify. I'm not saying you are wrong. You may be right. But present those evidence.
Let's start right there, guys. I think the problem of Buttress is clear. You even spoke out yesterday, so let's just put that aside. There's no evidence about
Well, you see now? You see?
So
This is
let's
why
just-
those of Temquat can be believed. I'm looking for verification. No ill intention at all.
Oh my goodness.
Next
We
time.
have another Emmanuel Ajawin that we have to tame.
Okay, brother.
Don't worry, we will deal with you soon anyway. We have dealt with Emmanuel Ajawin and he's in the hiding. We'll send you to another hiding. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Badid.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Madid, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Anyway, what I want to say, what I want you to say, Brother Chamkwat, this topic is the heart of the issues of what is facing. Because it is not the war going on. What happened last weekend between Murley and Lord Nuer is heartbreaking. Can you imagine 242 people lost their life? That is a loss, a great loss to the people of South, the country. Doesn't matter what the argument you guys are arguing. It's not you guys can argue back and forth, but the reality has to remain that the human being has lost their life during that war. So the question for tonight, and this is the reason why we legislative media come up with this question to discuss, because we need a way forward. The conflict that facing our people, tribal conflict, clan conflict. So all of this is not only the Lord Nuer and Murle are fighting alone.
Right,
State
right.
where I come from, they are doing the same. They're killing each other.
Right.
Like a few days ago, Tribet, 15 people killed each other. Have been killed in Tribet. Okay, and you go to Gorial site, same Gorial site and Nuer. So this is across the country. These issues across the going on through the country. The question is remain for us, as the South Sudanese who live in diaspora. So how can we bring the healing to the country? How can we change the environment that's going on? Because the generation and generation come in, you see, the same footstep our people have followed. But we generation that came to United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, and the other part of Western country, we have better than this. So what made me sad, guys, is when I log into social media and I see a lot of media that are going out, they are writing nonsense, propaganda things, that there are no reason. That's not true. That breaks my heart, because we to bring a peace to our people, to change our people, the environment they are doing. That's what we should preach on. But as a generation that come to the Western country, our mentality is the same like those people who are in the cattle camp.
On the ground.
So my question to you guys, and this is the reason why I invited you, Brother Chamkwat, because the reason why I always invited you, Brother Chamkwat, to Legislative Media, is because you are that understanding. You are not the same like the other IO supporters, because you have that understanding. You have a good, and this is the way how we can to solve our differences, to have peace. We have to have a dialogue, communication. To have a communication, the more we talk, the more we come to the common ground and solve the solution. So my point, we cited our tribal. That's what I'm from Dinka. Chamkwat is from Nuer. We are South Sudanese. We are the one who will solve those issues going on in South Sudan. We can bring that peace in our country. If we see Nuer person has been killed, we condemn it. If we see Dinka person has been killed, we condemn it. If we see one of Equatoria has been killed, we condemn it. We are brothers. We are brothers and sisters. So this is the message of peace we need to preach. This is the common ground we want to do our people. Let's stop not whenever we hear something happening back home, and then we go to social media like the nonsense. We have to get the evidence. We have to condemn that and make sure that things will not happen again. Life has been lost. And South Sudan, the country, we can blame day in and day out. We blame IO day in and day out, and other people support it. But at the end of the day, these people, the government can bring the peace that the people, the citizen of South Sudan can bring that peace. So that has been said, guys. This is the reason why I invited you tonight, Brother Changkwat. And this is not the end of this show. We need to go forward because the topic for tonight is the root cause of the conflict going on in South Sudan. For coming in, we will do another show throughout the week. Thank you, Brother Peter. I yield back the floor. And I hope, thank you, Brother Changkwat, for accepting our invitation. And the rest of guests who speak, I appreciate for coming in. And I'm sending in my condolences to Lonwer and to Murole, those people who lost their life. My condolences to these people, because this is the 240 something is a huge loss to us all. Thank you. May God bless you.
Yeah, may I jump in for a second?
Yeah.
I think this is
show it's over.
I think this is
see you guys over weekend.
This is close.
You guys take that point. Come with your question, and you guys should be ready to respond. Until then, I want to say thank you for tuning in.
Come back tomorrow.
Thank you for accepting the invitation. We appreciate your time. We know it is valuable to you, and also we know you could value for our nation. Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful night and morning, wherever you are.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madid. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Changkwat. Yeah. Bye.
Good night. Good night.